Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And welcome back everybody to part 2 of the Secret of Mana Solo Cacti Challenge with just a lady. I'm gonna just continue the timer before I forget about starting it. And then we continue. It's a little bit later today than I meant it to be, so here we are. Also, what we haven't done yet here in Southtown, I think. This is Southtown, the other one is Northtown. We need to talk to Mara here. She's going to give us the password. We don't really need the password in order to get into the sewers, because there's like 2 different ways around that. But in Glitchless, you are supposed to use it anyways. So what I can do is one of 2 things. For one, I can just walk past this guard here, and going into the sewers is not gonna notice me. But you can only do this if your vertical axis is perfectly aligned with this wall here. As you can see, my shadow does not peek into the grass. If I'm basically 1 pixel off, this is not going to work. Like right now, this is not going to work. There's 1 pixel of my shadow is touching the grass. And if I try to walk over here, he's just gonna go up there and, well, block the passage. But there's another way to get back in here, but that requires multiple characters, where you just move up here in order to scroll the camera up, and then you just hold up against him and repeatedly press select. You can use the same method in order to get back into Toto's village as well if you'd like to. But again, this is glitchless, so we don't do any of these things. 6, 3, 4. Did I switch the scene? I hope I switched the scene. I would be silly if I didn't. I did switch the scene. Good job, Yaga. Good job, Yaga, from like 3 minutes ago. Welcome to your Semaphores, and good evening to you, Eichwart. Hope you're doing well. No, you're not supposed to hit them. You're supposed to get hit. 1. And 2. Oh, right, you have more HP because you actually leveled up by accident. That's alright. So, some people might have experienced that these blue slimes actually can make your characters disappear in the sewers. And that is something we'll come back to later, because even though this is glitchless, let's put it this way, I always like to do this, just part of the solo character challenge, to just make the other 2 characters disappear. But I need the sprite still in order to open up various doors, so we can't make them disappear yet. And for the boy, you actually kind of don't want to make him disappear yet either, and that has a completely different reason. Some of the bosses and enemies just bug out entirely, and you cannot hit them with physical attacks anymore for whatever reason. I do not actually understand the underlying function as to why that is, but I just know that's how it is. So you kind of want to keep him around at least until the Pure Lands. I think I'm gonna remove the other 2 characters from the party once we unlock the Pure Lands. You had that glitch in 1 save file, the boy just glitched out, finished the game without the boy. Wow. That's nice. It's kind of fun on how many people mention that this happened to them. And when I was speedrunning this game, it took like 3 or 4 years until somebody actually asks about it before I ever even learned about this myself, because I did not know that stuff existed. Yes, this would be on original hardware too, I would imagine. Alrighty, so what I can do here is I have access... Actually, what equipment do I have currently? I did do a bit of a grind in the Fire Palace, because that is one of the most efficient places in the entire game, even better than some of the later game stuff, to just quickly gain experience as well as money. And because of that, I do have actually quite a lot of money right now in order to just spend for buying equipment upgrades. So the Frosty Ring prevents you from being burned by enemies, so the red slimes actually can no longer burn me if I have that as equipped, which is nice. And the Tiger Bikini is actually one of the best pieces of armor. Following the tradition and, I guess, origin, if you will, of the least amount of defense or the least amount of armor you see on a female character, the more defense it has. The less... You get the idea. Either way, this is a pretty substantial defense upgrade here, to say the least. And a lot of the enemies actually literally cannot hurt me anymore, that I've just been carefully circumventing and navigating around until now. Like, it is a pretty substantial upgrade, but when you come here casually, chances are pretty decent that you might not have the money or the funds in order to buy proper equipment for everybody. But because I'm, for one, only playing one character effectively, and for two, I have done this Fire Palace grind, it actually works out quite well. So if you have only one character, of course I only have to equip one character, so there's that. The girl is super agile, armor slows her down. Right, it's kind of like the Dungeons and Dragons concept of armor class, I would imagine. Because heavy armor gives you high AC, but also high dexterity if you are not wearing heavy armor and stuff like that. She is the martial artist, it's true. Is it only those knives in particular? To my knowledge, yes. It has to do with the snowman status that your character can be afflicted by, that they might not be able to exist anymore, let's put it this way. Because effectively the short version on what is happening with the snowman is the snowman does not have certain animations that your characters have. If I push into an NPC or an enemy, my character has the pushing animation, and well, a snowman does not have a pushing animation, but you're not normally supposed to be able to walk around as one. But there is very easy ways to just walk around as a snowman for a brief moment, and during that time you can push enemies and sometimes accidentally, I guess, make your character straight up disappear. If you push up right, I found it to be the most consistent for the characters to disappear. So let's see, there is a spear orb on one of the sides, I think it's on the left, and the other one was a bow orb. Then there's a sword orb inside of this palace. I don't remember which ones I normally pick up for a solo character challenge, but simultaneously, I'm only going to pick them up after we are done with this dungeon, so there's no more enemies around anyways. Fun fact, running is 1.5 times faster than walking, so not double the speed. Also, these guys, I think, can no longer hit me with my current level as well as armor, so that helps. So, also fun fact, in the Secret of Mana remake, in the earlier version, there used to be a glitch where you could punch your way straight through walls onto higher and lower elevation ground with the claw. It's kind of funny that way. So you could actually skip activating that switch here and go straight down to the door. The left here, actually. So, hitting that switch removed some spikes. This includes these spikes here. This should be a sword orb. And sword is one of my stronger weapons, mainly because you just more consistently get, well, weapon orbs when the other weapons are just lagging behind by 1 or 2. A door appears behind me. By the way, I do appreciate that text box, because if the door just appeared here, you might miss it. And this blends really well into the background. Considering how much trouble I had as a kid to find the door on the desert sand ship, well, that text box is appreciated. Hey XF, welcome to you, and welcome to as well, Amari. I hope you're doing well. And welcome everybody, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. These little devils, whatever they are called, imps, I think, they kind of engulf you in flame, but because I have the frost armband equipped, I am immune to being engulfed in flame anyways. Also, 2 whip hits should knock these out. So, most importantly, what I want to do here is I want to actually pick me the lady before going into the next room. And the reason for this is a pygmid character can cast spells more quickly. The animation is basically just straight up faster. So what I'm gonna do here is I can immediately open up the menu again. You might have actually used chaining spells in your casual playthrough, but normally this is done by selecting another character and then casting the spell through the partner menu instead, because you can do that more easily. However, if you pick me your character, it is almost as fast as through the partner menu. Actually, not quite, it is slightly slower. So, this wall here is not particularly weak to magic in general, or for that matter fire bouquet or fire. However, just entirely because we have a pretty decently high level, as well as the fire bouquet being significantly more efficient to spam in comparison to, well, really trying to use melee attacks. This is significantly more efficient, let's put it this way. Also, this guy has only just over 1000 HP if I'm not mistaken, so this might already be enough. It is. I do want to preserve a decent amount of MP for the next boss coming up, because that one is... well, let's put it this way, I think he has more than twice the amount of HP. And if you need to use melee attacks against him, it can be pretty annoying. Hey Gishura, thank you for the good luck, and welcome. I hope you have a nice day. Alrighty, so, let me actually do something else real quick. This is just for demonstration purposes, so I'm gonna make another save state here, thanks to this being the SNES Mini. We're gonna do this, and... wait. Can he not go back here? Hold up. I did not realize that door was actually not active. Now it's active. That's interesting, I actually had no idea. Either way, if your boy and the sprite are both dead, and you enter this cutscene here with just a lady alive, you might recognize a bit of a problem that is coming up here, because in this cutscene, you kind of lose the lady for a brief moment until you enter the door behind the pedestal here. So, in a sense, this is a very brief moment where I have to use either the boy or the sprite, or, well, I guess you can also just use both, just for them to walk through the door behind there. I actually don't remember if you even game over here, or whether it just soft locks you here. Go through the door back there! It just soft locks you. I can't do anything. The characters are dead. I technically still have control of the lady, but she is no longer in the party. So it's entirely soft locked. Just go to the door. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Just go to the door. Yep. Hello, welcome to you, Racodactylus, and welcome to you as well, Ultravald. I hope you all have a most pleasant day so far. Also, I guess this kind of confirms that ghosts have claws equipped because they're punching instead of using whatever else other weapon they have. Because the ghost boy was punching just earlier. Roxy's the Reaper. Oh yeah, I think technically the lady dies. That's an interesting concept actually, because we could just leave right now. And if you try to cannon travel back, the cannon brother will actually tell you that no ghosts are allowed, because the lady is technically a ghost. But you can go to the inn and sleep, and this will revive the lady again. So it's kind of a weird mix-up. You can leave, yeah, you can just go. You can just go outside. You can go all the way back to Potter's Village if you want to. It's kind of silly. Right, I mean, kind of makes sense if you think about it, because, I mean, what is stopping you from leaving, so to speak? Alrighty, now... Well, there's two things I want to do. One thing I forgot earlier. I actually want to equip the Chakra Hand. The Chakra Hand has a very, very slight purpose, because it increases your intelligence as well as your spirit by 1, or wisdom. Basically, the spellcasting stat of both the sprite and the lady get very slightly increased. It's basically literally 1 level. It largely, or it mostly does not really make a difference. And for 2, I'm just gonna wait until the other 2 guys decide to take a nap before I begin this fight. Because that's what I usually like to... Alrighty. By the way, he also always targets the character that is closest to him. And while he's flying around, you cannot actually use... You cannot hit him with weapons at all. Plus, on top of that, kind of like the Great Viper, for some reason, in this room in particular, you cannot hit the vampire with ranged weapons. Like, it just straight up does not work. Even if he's jumping around and you can hit him with melee weapons, you cannot hit him with projectiles. Alrighty, kind of like before, we're just gonna blast him with Fire Bouquet. He has okay magic defense, he's not weak to fire. And Fire Bouquet is not the strongest spell. However, this is significantly more reliable than trying to hit him with weapons while he's just flying around, because, well, you can only hit him while he's jumping around to begin with. Also, if he uses a physical spell on me, or yeah, physical spell if you will, I might be in trouble because that should do a lot of damage. I'm actually gonna unpick me myself. Alright, he used Freeze, that's okay. Freeze does not deal too much damage because it is, in fact, single target. Ooh, this is not good. Because he's gonna get healed. And as you can see, he's just spamming spells himself. Kind of returning the favor, if you will. This is a physical attack there. The Sleep Ring. But I have so much defense that it didn't even hit me. So I'm going to pick me myself again here, just to be able to cast my spells quicker. And here we go. Zoiteki! Hello! And thank you so much for 40 months of support. Welcome back. And I hope you're doing well. How's it going today? Alrighty. More MP. Oh! I did not need all of these. I was actually mildly worried, because normally I train up Fire Bouquet to level 4 before entering this entire area, but turns out it was really not all that necessary. So we're good. We are good. Bring. I really like the music in this game. Alrighty. And the lady has 256 HP, which is kind of a nice number. if you work in multiples of 2. Or powers of 2 even. Or is it 2 to the power of something? I don't know how you phrase that, but that's alright. Either way, we're gonna leave from here. And before we leave entirely, we're going to go to the balconies here on the sides. So these balconies have orbs on them. I remember there being a spear orb on the left, and I do not remember what is on the right. I just remember, normally I skip the one on the right for some reason. But even though the third level spear is generally speaking just straight up better than most of the other ones, because I'm largely kind of relying on raw damage output in the near future here with weapons, I do actually want to have the higher level spear. So we're going to unfortunately discard the amazingly useful ballooning attack of the spear. Just gonna be wild by working. Well, I hope you have a good day at work. So I have a question, everybody. Would it surprise you to learn that I literally did not pay attention as to which orb I just picked up on the right side, so I still don't know which one it is. Man, I'm so easily distracted, because I was just looking over the chat while this entire thing was happening, and forgot to check. You could believe that, yeah. I imagine most people believe that have been around here for a while. Alrighty, we're going to sleep here. And the reason is quite simple. That is going to refill my MP back to full on the lady, because normally, even after boss fights, even after leveling up, you do not recover your MP in the SNES version. You rascal. I even have the boy at level 2, isn't that crazy? Alrighty, so the reason I'm going up here is because I kind of want to make sure that my buddies here get their beauty sleep, so I just let them take a nap. Also, having to knock them out during the Metal Mantis boss fight is a little bit more awkward. And once you go into this house here with the cutscene, well, the enemies are going to be gone in the castle. I'm also going to restock on fairy walnuts right here, because MP refilling is gonna be very, very helpful. So, something that just popped in my head. You know, 100% runs of Secret of Mana are kind of long, right? And the large portion of that is because of the leveling up for the weapons on everybody, as well as the magic grind on everybody. So what if I did a 100% run at the end of the year, where it's a solo character challenge? I'm just kind of curious what the response to that would be. You're always down to watch people do stupid things to themselves. Fair. That would be fun. Sprite, maybe? Yeah, it would probably not be the boy, let's put it this way. I think the lady might be more reasonable than the sprite, though. Just purely because you're gonna kill a lot of regular enemies along the way. Alrighty, welcome to Metal Mantis. Ow. Wait, I thought I couldn't get engulfed in flames. Is the freezing ban... I guess my equipment is against being turned into a snowman, not against fire. I guess I had it backwards all along. Either way, this poor guy does not have nearly as much HP as the vampire before, and less magic defense as well. So I do believe just a few volleys of spells are going to be sufficient here. Would that be including getting equipment for the other characters you wouldn't be playing as? It would still be a 100% run, so the only thing I think I would be cutting out for a solo challenge 100% would be just leveling up the weapons and characters to 99 or 8.99 respectively. Is the lady the easiest for solo challenges? Yes and no. So what I would say is she is on average probably more difficult than the sprite. However, the sprite has a ginormous hurdle at the beginning until you get to Undine and defeat the Spiky Tiger all by yourself, because the sprite really does not have the greatest physical capabilities. But you can still get through there without too much trouble, let's put it this way. But of more importance really is that the sprite struggles tremendously against the Mana Beast. Unless you use a glitch and get the Mana Sword early, which, well, it's an option. Even with just a solo sprite without even using the boy, in case you're curious. Unless you do that, the Mana Beast fight is actually really tricky to pull off, I would say. Like, you need a good chunk of resources, and potentially you need to know about cancelling enemy spells, because the Mana Beast can just nuke you. Alrighty, Axe Orb number 1. By the way, this is not a glitch that I can pick up this chest with the Axe Orbs multiple times. Because I did not pick up the Axe Orb in the Fire Temple, and I think I did not pick up the Axe Orb in the Moogle Village. So consequently, I am lacking 2 Axe Orbs that I'm supposed to be having at this point. Oh, this is not good. I might be dying here. That was kinda spooky. Thank you for stopping casting. Let me return the favor and just engulf you in fire. Wow. I think they can be engulfed in fire. They cannot be engulfed in fire. Yeah, you already killed the hardest boss in the game. For the lady, the hardest boss is probably Wall Face. Once you get past that one, Jabberwocky is a bit of a roll of the dice, but you will eventually get past that one as well. But everything else is very doable. For a solo challenge with the boy, unless you are happy to level up a lot, you kind of need to learn how to cancel damage from spells that would otherwise one-shot you. Because, for example, the Fire Gigas or the Gorgon Bull, they normally target the entire party with their spells. And consequently, because there's only one character available, they deal 3 times damage, and unless you over-level dramatically, you will not survive these spell casts. The lady has a much more convenient way of circumventing those spells by these enemies and bosses, so it makes it a lot more reasonable. But yeah, the sprite just has a lot of trouble dealing with the Mana Beast. If you do glitchless Mana Beast with the sprite, I recommend using the Boomerang and getting one of the orbs from the Mana Fortress for the Boomerang. So you have a level 8 or 9 Boomerang. Both of those work, by the way. You can get 2 orbs if you really want to grind it out. Because those boomerangs have increased critical hit rate, and you basically are going to rely on boomerangs' increased crit chance and the double hits to try and deal with the mana beast. At least that's what I did anyways. Sprite is for eating bosses. But yeah, basically the lady just... She is not the fastest, necessarily, but she is just a lot more reliable than the other two in quite a few regards. And more straightforward, I guess you could say, to pull off, if you will. Alrighty, so this guy here, by the way, this is Mechrider number 2, and he is really not a smarty. So in the desert, I actually could not do this strategy, but it would work there too if you could get all the way to the bottom of the arena. But in short, what is happening here, he's never gonna attack me, not on his own volition. He will counterattack me if I hit him. But the first thing he always does is he casts speed up on himself. Speed up level 5 lasts like, I don't know, a minute or something like that. So we'll get to that. But he's trying to vertically go to my, like, vertical axis, so to speak. He's trying to go down. However, because there's the border of the arena right there, he cannot go any further down. Consequently, he can never actually attack me with, well, while I'm standing down here. Which is very convenient for me. So, however, his magic just faded, which means his spell buff just ran out. Which means he is going to cast speed up on himself again as soon as I deal any damage to him. So I'm just gonna cast a volley of spells on him. And then I'm just gonna wait. I'm also gonna recover my MP while I'm waiting. Because he's gonna cast speed up on... Oh, he did not cast speed up on himself. Oh, right, I forgot. Alrighty. Let me rewind this real quick. Normally, he will only counterattack while he has a buff on himself. Any buff will do. Or any status effect for that matter. And speed up would normally be his default response to just buff himself before he does anything else. However, I forgot about something. Fire Bouquet reduces the enemy's physical attack damage by 20 or 25%. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's 20. But I'm really not sure. I'm probably wrong. However, this does count as a buff, and consequently, if I use Fire Bouquet on him, he will just immediately retaliate and counterattack. So that's kind of the silly part about this. Thankfully, it largely doesn't matter. The rocket just barely missed me, and I was able to just continue chain casting. Welcome to you, thick bird. I hope you're doing well. You remember getting multiple orbs in the Santa house for some reason. Yes, basically, the game just checks how many orbs you're supposed to have with these orb chests and gives you that many. So it is not actually a glitch, it's just a catch-up mechanic, if you will, if you missed picking up an orb in a previous dungeon or something. And yes, what Mechrider says is reasonably accurate there. And welcome to one of the big fluffy friends. One of the best ones in any game ever. Flammy. Yay. Alrighty. Now we have the freedom to go anywhere we want. Well, not entirely, but mostly anywhere we want. Into a lot of places. So there's a few things I will want to do. Let me think how I want to actually tackle this. Because it's been a while since I did the Solo Character Challenge here. So, order of operations. Let me go ahead and go to the desert. Which I went the wrong way around the world, but this is still fine, it works. Just south of the desert, there is the Turtle Island. And here we can get a sea hare's tail, or if you play this in German, it says the Dingelchen. It's basically a thingy. They probably had no idea how to translate this, which I don't blame them for. And with this thing, we can bring this over to the desert village. We do not need this for the solo challenge. This is just me having fun with the game. It is absolutely not required or necessary in any capacity, but it's one of my favorite music tracks in the game if you deliver this thing. And you get the Moogle belt, so you can run around as a little Moogle if you want to. Just don't try to open a chest as a Moogle, because you will softlock the game. Now, mind you, you have to specifically set up to unmoogle yourself and open the chest as quick as possible for that to happen. But it still softlocks your game if you try to open up a chest as a Moogle. So we can also get a pretty dramatic increase in defense here yet again. However, I do believe we don't have quite enough money in order to be able to purchase that upgrade on the Gold Island. But I will briefly go over there and just check, because I don't remember the numbers, it's been too long. Hello, I'd like to upgrade some weapons. Let's see. The next strongest boss I'm going to be tackling is going to be Gorgon Bull, basically. I guess the Spiky Tiger as well. So for this I will want to have an upgraded weapon to use a charge attack with, so my weapon of choice for this is this spear. So we upgrade to here and that'll be enough. Actually, I'm curious, how strong is the axe in comparison? I don't usually tend to use the axe, but it's the same level actually here. How strong is the sword? Same level too. Alright everybody, axe, sword or spear? I'll let you decide here in chat. Which one would you like to see me use? We have one vote for a spear. Hello, welcome to Badlocar. I hope you're doing well. 2 votes for the spear, 3 votes for the spear, 4 votes for the spear, 1 axe, 2 axes. Spears are some of my favorite weapon types because of Secret of Mana, by the way. My favorite weapon is the spear. We have actually 3 axes. Spears are still ahead, but the axes are pretty close, to be honest. Alrighty, let's go do some things. So first of all, let's go here. So on Gold Island, there's 2 things I want. One, I want to check what the prices are for the equipment pieces, because sometimes I grind enough in the Fire Temple to be able to afford those, some other times I probably don't. I can buy the battle suit. This is arguably the most important piece of the equipment set, so I'm gonna buy it. I will need another 11,250 gold plus 8,800 for a full armor equipment set. But this is going to be a pretty ridiculous physical and magic defense upgrade. By the way, each armor piece has a magic defense value attached to it. You just don't usually see what it... Actually, you don't see what it is at all. And most of the time, the magic defense is about equivalent to the physical defense, with one big exception. And the biggest exception actually is when you upgrade your accessory to the accessories that have 90 defense or more from anything before that. Is it 90? I think it is 90, yes. So basically, starting from the gauntlet of as your accessory, those items have 250 or more magic defense. So the upgrade from the previous pieces of accessory is just kind of ridiculous. So, arguably, of the latest game armor, or endgame armor if you will, the gauntlet is the most important one. Alrighty. I talked to the old guy right there. He tells me that the key to the gold tower is missing, which is one place we need to enter. And in order to, well, get the key, we can just talk to Mara here. So in a glitched all bosses run, you actually still have to talk to Mara before entering the sewers, because otherwise she still has her previous dialogue where she is going to give you, well, the code to the sewer password instead, which actually means you have to go back to talk to the old guy on the walls in the other place. Alrighty, now. I think I'm going into the Palace of Darkness here. I was contemplating whether I should go Palace of Darkness or Gold Tower first. But I think Palace of Darkness generally just makes more sense. Because if I get really super lucky, I can actually get a Gauntlet very early on. And once again, Gauntlet is the accessory that just has the ridiculous magic defense. But it is a rare drop from one of those Dark Knights in here. So the chance of me getting one is kind of slim unless I specifically go on the grind for it, which would potentially still take a while unless I get really lucky. But I always like to try and go for it. Okay, I'm gonna get Sleep Flowered. Oh, right. I actually forgot about something. Let me go back real quick. Because getting Sleep Flowered is pretty annoying if you only control one character. I think it's never really particularly dangerous. However, because I did not upgrade my accessory anyways, I can go ahead and sell some items here and buy an Ivy Amulet. Which, Ivy Amulet, the name suggests it prevents poison. However, what the name does not suggest, it also prevents being put to sleep. So I guess it's kind of some form of poison, or considered poison as well. Also, fun fact, the circlet here has +5 intelligence, which means it is actually basically 5 level ups for the sprite in terms of magic power. So it is actually really crazy good, that thing. I'm so slow in the menus at this point. It's been too long since I played. Alright. So. Oh, right. You're one of those that always targets the boy first. Either way, these flowers love to just spam Sleep Flower. And now that I have the Ivy Amulet, I am not going to get put to sleep anymore. I'm still going to be stun locked by the animation, but nothing else will happen beyond that. They pretty much, I think, almost always cast Sleep Flower as soon as they wake up if you don't hit them before that. So I'm getting basically some money as well as levels here. There's the Sleep Flower. Once again, I'm immune to that thanks to the Ivy Amulet, but I'm not immune to the Energy Absorb, which actually does a bit more damage than I'm used to. Because normally going for the Gold City armor here is just the way to go. Alrighty, let me hit you please. Actually, I forgot. What I should have done is I should have leveled up Stone Saber a bunch. Because once again, if you petrify an enemy, they lose half of their current HP. I don't think you drop anything interesting. Like Royal Jam at most. Oh, don't kill me. That trap has a 1 in 16 chance to kill you. So it's basically if you get a rare trap, you die. Either way, these guys here, this guy. This is a Dark Knight, or whatever it's called. And they love casting Wall on themselves, which reflects spells, but you can usually just cast spells on them beforehand. But I can just kill them reasonably efficiently here. Let me actually just switch to the axe here, because I will need it in the next section anyways. Isn't there an axe upgrade in here? Wait, what's the weapon orb in here? I forget. By the way, these guys are fire elements, so I don't really have a good way of dealing with them, but the sprite can level up and gain a ton of money from these guys really quickly. Stepping on the switch makes a rope pole appear that allows me to jump across a gap a little bit later. So hitting this switch makes this the fence on the bottom there disappear, which allows me to get in there, and I think there's a orb in. Wait, is it the claw orb? I don't remember which one it is. Wall doesn't protect against spears, indeed. Speaking of which, more people voted for the spear than the axe, so we just stick to the spear for now. It's kind of interesting. By the way, confusion is also simultaneously silence. I feel like I missed a spear upgrade somewhere. Because I don't remember my spear ever confusing enemies. So this is kind of bizarre. Either way, we're gaining a bit of money and levels along the way here. Because once I clear out this dungeon, I will no longer have the opportunity to continue here. Wait, where's my... There's a 1000 gold chest here normally. Oh, I know what happened. The blue head thingy summoned the bat and that actually occupied the slot for the chest. So it despawned the chest. Normally the chest has spawning priority, so no enemy actually can spawn because of it. But spawning enemies does weird things. Via enemy summons, so to speak. Oh, by the way, let's see if there's one here. No. There it is. There's a fierce head in this wall. Why? I don't know. Alrighty, so... Yeah. It's something in the wall anyways. One or the other. So... let me think about this. How did I do this? So I remember managing to make a setup here where I brought one of these, or, well, a knight here, down to this place, and it somehow managed to spawn both of the knights here. So I went in here and back outside. This is a return door, so this knight is immediately going to spawn next to me. And basically, if you want to farm knights, you can somehow make it so there's two knights here at the same time and you just knock them out. If you stand right next to these guys, they literally cannot hit you, because they're effectively using a whip type attack. And, well, a whip type attack means that you cannot hit anything that is close to you. Welcome to your auto haste. Not all is well, but stuff is looking a lot better than me. Oh, yeah, that would work that way, huh? Oh boy, I feel like I almost need to explain what happened here. This is the 1000 gold chest. I did not even consider that, but makes sense. Welcome to you, Richter Shade. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, let me explain what just happened here. Going in through this door puts me in a location where I get to a return door, so to speak. A return door brings you back to where you came from the previous section. The game always keeps track where you came from. If you go through a doorway, if you go through a screen transition, anything like that, it just brings you back to where you came from. That's a return door. This is basically to save memory and you don't have to designate as many places. And return doors have that weird property where enemies just kind of have that weird habit of just sticking around as to where they last were. Normally when you load a room, it just resets all the enemies' position back to their default position. However, if you enter a door by the return door, so to speak, or a room by the return door, it just leaves the enemies in the position they were in previously. And as I've mentioned just earlier before, an enemy spawning a bat actually has that bat occupy the spawn slot that is normally reserved for the chest. Because the chest is always supposed to be spawned, so you get your 1000 gold right here. Can I open it from here? No, it's on the low ground. So this is kind of silly. But effectively here, this is a proper transition if I'm not mistaken, so it will reset all the enemies' positions. And as you can see, the chest is not here. But because there was a fiend head, which I didn't even realize there was one on this area, in the previous section, it just kind of resets its position and it occupied the slot for the chest spawn, which is really silly. Alrighty, I'm going to very briefly, what's the word? I'm going to level up my spear. I want it to be level 5 for the upcoming boss fight, but also, I just kind of honestly, I don't really need the spear at level 5. I mostly just want to get one chest from these guys. Or 2, or 3. Basically, I want to have the chance to get a gauntlet from areas. What just happened? I did not press any buttons, but suddenly he was behaving like a chest? What just happened there? That's a new one. I've never seen that before. I am so confused. What? He just did the animation as if he was a chest being opened. With the sound effect as well. Can somebody clip that? Confused like the Dark Knight. He confused himself with a chest. That's a good way of putting it, I guess. So unfortunately I would not be able to open up the chest on the side here. Wait, hold up, I remember what happens. Actually, go away, Red. What? Why does that happen? I think it has actually to do with them being confused, by the way. I think you're correct on that. Oh, I forgot they could cast Dark Force, that's just rude. I don't think they have that much magic defense, but I would prefer if you didn't do that. Let me actually give myself some Flame Saber to engulf them in fire. But yeah, that's an entirely new... I've never seen that before. Alrighty. So I wanted to kill that knight on the right side, because if this guy now drops me a chest, it would actually occupy... That chest would occupy the spawn slot of the guy on the right, and it would effectively put this guy... well... Oh, there it is. So... Oh, I don't have energy shield. Let me see. Alright, hold on. Basically, this chest now occupies the spawn slot of the knight that was just here on the right side. So if I go up through the door and then back outside, this chest is actually going to make the enemy that normally appears in the center area spawn here. I think this is how it happened. I recognize this now. Alright, you might be wondering what I'm doing here. So, Analyzer has that strange property where you can actually analyze a chest, and if your analyze level is high enough, it will disarm any trap. So I do not have high enough agility levels on this lady right here in order to circumvent the trap. But if I manage to get Analyzer high enough level, I will be able to disarm the trap entirely. So by the way, disarmed traps blink red, or more specifically, if you, yeah, disarmed traps chest blinks red. I do not know why it's blinking red, because when I was a kid and I analyzed some chests and they were blinking red, I did not open them because I thought, oh, that's bad, they are blinking red. Alright, let me see where my monster data... What are these knights called again? Not chest knights. Level 2... I think I need level 4 Analyzer. From level 0 to 2 it's 12 spellcasts, from 1 to 2... excuse me, from level 0 to 1 is 12 spellcasts, from 1 to 2 is 13, from 2 to 3 is 15, and Analyzer costs 1 MP each time. And then I need, I think, 18 or 70 next, in order to level up to level 4, so we should have enough MP to work with this. But I'll have to go outside and get more. Thank you, Europsalis. I appreciate that. No candy inside this dark night. Maybe that knight is in the chest slot? Maybe? Admittedly, I don't usually use confusion on enemies, so that might just be what that enemy does if they're confused. That's bizarre. Oh, it's blinking red. Alrighty, we disable the trap. No, by the way, if I open this... So, yeah, this is the trap disabled. It really looks like... Oh, pay attention, it is trapped. Apparently level 3 analyze is sufficient. But it's not. By the way, if I use the Mitch Mallet and immediately try to open up the chest before my visual character model gets updated to being big again, listen to this. There's going to be a very particular sound effect that you might recognize. Magical armor, that is the common drop. So instead of the usual sound that is supposed to happen here, it just plays the flammy drum sound if you open up a chest as a pigment character. Which, once again, don't open a chest as a Moogle, because you will softlock. Alrighty, so magic armor is actually worth a decent amount of money. Oh, it's not on the other side. I was wrong. Oh no, goodbye chest. It's a little bit annoying because I will not be able to open up that chest. The weird thing is, Confusion Spear is actually quite handy here. Because enemies that are confused cannot cast spells. So, actually useful. So yeah, if you don't have high enough agility level, or alternatively... all the chests on the right side. It's just rude, I can't get there. Oh. Wow, by the way, that's lucky. That's a 1 in 16 chance to get the chest. And then I think a 10 in 256 chance to get the rare drop. I was explaining something and got distracted by chests. Magical armor again. Oh yeah, if you have high enough agility, you never encounter chests. So usually the boy is the earliest character to have high enough agility to never encounter any chests anymore. You can analyze yourself, by the way. 271 HP, 21 MP, and that's all it says. She's not weak to anything, which is nice. Wait, where did the other gang go? Level 32. If I miss, I might want to just start charging up an attack. Yeah, this definitely has something to do with the confusion. That's so bizarre. I wonder what other enemies might do when they're confused. Because this is the first time I'm ever seeing this. We may have to go through the entire game and just confuse every enemy just to see what they're doing. Chances are this is kind of an outlier case where most of the time nothing interesting happens, they just go the other way. Confusion World Tour. Maybe. Wait, oh, I didn't confuse him with that swing. confusion percent. Maybe. Either way, I do distinctly remember when I did a challenge run with the solo character challenge as a sprite without using offensive magic. Actually, without using any magic, I think. I distinctly remember grinding out the gauntlet, and I somehow got 2 of the knights on this side over here. And I don't know how that happened. But it took a long time to get the gauntlet. Oh no. Yep, this means my weapon is level 5, so I should move on. But I would like to have one more chest, just one. I can stop anytime. I don't know why, but I just like opening up chests in this game. Especially if they have a rare drop that is actually worthwhile. Is there anywhere where that weird chest replacement thing might be beneficial? It's kind of specific. You need a return door. Let me try to think about that. I mean, the money and the levels are really good as well, by the way, because this is glitchless with demonstrations. Extra levels and extra money is actually very worthwhile. This is not technically a waste of time, it just makes the rest a bit easier. There's my chest. Chest number 3. Let's see if we get lucky. OSRS grinding influence, but I like doing opening chests before I played old school RuneScape. Alrighty. Let's get across here. Moving on. So. I don't have barrels to demonstrate the other thing, that's alright. You can't jump straight to the right here if you use a barrel. It's kind of funny. Wait, I did not mean to leave. Why did I leave? But you were as likely to spend as much time looking for something of value. True. I have 170 Zami kills and no Zamarakian Hasta yet. Ah, that was a glove orb. I did not remember what this is. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and restock on fairy walnuts real quick and recover my MP before I go back in here, because the next boss in here has a ridiculous amount of HP, and despite it being actually weak to fire, which, well, that's my only offensive attacking element here, it does have high enough magic defense that it's still kind of difficult to punch through. Then again, to be fair, I am a bit higher level than I tend to be normally, so it should still be relatively fine, and most likely I did not need to go back to restock here. And even worst case scenario, the lady has strong enough physical attacks that it should be fine anyways. So I probably don't need to worry at all. At least addicted to opening chests in Secret Mana doesn't drain your bank account. I'm kind of allergic to loot boxes anyway, so let me put it this way. I'm so conscious about basically earning no money, or earning as little money as I do, that I have a hard time buying anything for myself. Like literally just buying membership for old school RuneScape. I very carefully considered that for literally like 2 weeks before I eventually did that. So I'm kind of stingy, if you will. But if I wasn't so stingy, maybe I would enjoy opening these stupid loot boxes. Then again, I hate manipulation. Same reason why I actually strongly dislike daily quests in basically any game. It's just kind of manipulative and I strongly dislike that. I feel like I'm lacking a spear. Oh, right, I know now. I know why I have one spear upgrade missing. I forgot about this. Ooh, another chest. Oh, I forgot. Okay, I just needed to enter the Gold City Tower. There's a literal spear chest right at the entrance. I did not need to go anywhere else. Magical armor. Shame. Like old school RuneScape, generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of any microtransaction, but bonds for that game is probably as acceptable as it gets. If that makes sense. Oh, Pixie Drew, thank you. Welcome to you. Thank you for subscribing with the Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime. What do you say nowadays? Either way, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty. So, welcome to Lime Slime. This guy's weak to fire, but he has... I actually don't remember how much HP. 3000? It's a lot. And every time you deal damage to it, it shrinks just a little bit, or actually quite a bit. It is weak to fire, but simultaneously, as mentioned before, it does also have a lot of magic defense. So, here's a little fun story. When I played this game as a kid, we had a full strategy guide in German, and the strategy guide correctly stated that this thing is weak to fire. So I casted a bunch of fire spells on it and they dealt 1 damage. Because I never bothered leveling up Salamander, or I never bothered leveling up anything. Just because I didn't actually recognize the value of just leveling up stuff. Not until way later anyways. I was just thinking, man, this guy is actually wrong here. Because Salamander dealt 1 damage, and we just defeated this thing by charging up the weapon very, very slowly to a really high level and eventually defeating it. Plus, if you have Gold City armor, this thing literally cannot deal any damage to you. Unless you're Pygmid. A Pygmid character reduces their armor by like 3/4 or something. Please no gambling on your games? Right. Like, here's the thing. On a technicality, I'm fine with gambling, but not when it's basically mixed in with other stuff that is supposed to be done recreationally in other ways. That could have killed me if it engulfed me in flames with that attack. Thankfully it didn't. And it should be dead. Soon. It was actually much further away from death than I thought it was gonna be. I mean, I'm not lacking the money, I should just use a fairy on us. Yeah, this one shrinks, the other one grows. By the way, the 10 is a low damage roll. Spells have also a chance to low damage roll. And because of how defense works, a low damage roll on this kind of thing is much more dramatic than in most other scenarios. There we go, got him. Boing. There's the Javelin Orb. If I go back here, are the enemies still here? They are. Now here's another question. If I seal the seed without talking to Shade, which you can do by standing behind the pedestal, facing up and pressing the B button, are the enemies also still here? I will need Shade anyways, so I will come here anyways. I'm just curious. Yes, the enemies are still here. So I could theoretically keep farming, but for the Solar Cactus Challenge run with the lady, it's really not necessary to do this. Also, I'm going to do the sequence anyways, just seal the seed. We have acquired dark powers. Alright, and kind of as mentioned before, sealing a mana seed allows you to level up your spells one level higher, so we can get up to level 5 now with our spells. And more importantly, it gives you a slight boost to your offense and defense, just physically. Which is kind of going to be relevant on the upcoming boss. But before that, I'm going to go ahead and level up Gnome here actually a little. Because Gnome is going to be useful in a number of cases, but especially on Gorgon Bull. Because up until now, I was able to use... What's the word? Up until now, I was able to use Fire Bouquet in order to deal with all sorts of enemies, even if they were not weak to fire in particular. However, at this stage of the game, enemies have so much magic defense that unless you target their weakness or can punch through their defense like the sprite can, you're not going to deal any real damage with magic. For the Lime Slime, we just happen to have the correct element with fire. However, for Gorgon Bull as well as the big tiger thing, I forget what the blue tiger is called. Blue Spike? Blue Spike. For those two, unfortunately, they have way too much magic defense for her to deal damage. And this is kind of where she begins using her physical attacks again. So we started out playing the game with the lady, using her physical attacks, which again is not as strong as the boys, but still pretty competent. But mainly because we didn't have spells yet. And now we're kind of reverting back to using spells or physical attacks instead, because enemies have so much magic defense that her Salamander spells just can't quite punch through their defenses. However, the reason I'm leveling up Gnome is for two reasons. One, Gnome's saber, the stone saber, is the most powerful one in the game, I argue. Once again, elemental sabers do not actually deal elemental damage, they just increase your base weapon damage very slightly. So you can use the Ice Sword against the Ice Gigas and you will deal actually slightly more damage to you than you would do without the Ice Sword. But more importantly, the Stone Saber here with Gnome has the special property of petrifying enemies. Petrified enemies lose half of their HP when they get petrified, and that is before your weapon swing deals damage. So you basically swing your weapon, petrify the enemy, they lose half of their HP, and then you deal the damage from the weapon. So effectively you only need to do half the damage in order to one-shot them. Which is very helpful, especially in later areas where enemies have a lot of HP. Plus it crowd controls them, so they're not gonna be bugging you anymore. So that helps too. Level 3 is probably fine. I'm just gonna use up the rest of my MP and then we go. By the way, if you are training spells near somebody who restores your MP, please do not do this in the Water Palace. In the Water Palace you only get half the magic experience. We only get full magic experience here because the weapons are out. As you can see, the sprite and the boy have their boomerangs out. So consequently, we get full magic experience. Effectively, in combat areas, you get full magic experience. In towns, where your weapons are stashed away, you only get half. The game doesn't tell you, it just does that. Alrighty, what's next? Order of operations. Oh yeah, King Truffle tells you to offload him near his house, and then he will just kind of tell you, hey, you can go here next in order to progress the story. You never actually have to do this, but sometimes I just kind of feel like, you know, maybe I just shouldn't have him tag along on this dangerous mission while he has a kingdom to command. Especially when I'm not in a speedrun. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently I was disconnected. Hello? Can anybody hear me? If anybody said something in the last, let's say, 2.5 minutes. Maybe it didn't go through. You're live, thank you. Alright, let's go to Gold City. Let me do something on the side here real quick. Sorry about that. I need to equip my lumberjack outfit, or rather blessing. And go woodcutting, because that is the least amount of effort spent on the side. Alright, let's go ahead and buy some more equipment here, shall we? Because now we should easily have all the money we need in order to fully upgrade our equipment. The Lazur ring, by the way, kind of like the circlet, gives +5 intelligence, which unfortunately does not help the lady. It just gives basically the sprite the equivalent of 5 level ups in terms of spell power gained. It's kind of crazy in how good it is. Alright, and with this we have the best available armor at this point with the duck helmet, the Lazuri ring, and the battle suit. We could sell the magic armor if I need more money, but I don't really need that right now at least. Alrighty. So, I think it's kind of important for me to go and save. Actually, Spiky Tiger should be fine. There is very little chance the Spiky Tiger will ever be able to damage me. But, actually, I do want to go ahead and upgrade my spear real quick. So this is the chest where some of you might have gotten more than one orb at a time. So these guys are annoying because Acid Rain reduces your defense, your physical defense, and even though I have so much physical defense that the wolves normally cannot hurt me, after the Acid Rain they actually can, so that is less than ideal. Hey Hoppy, welcome. How are you doing today? You missed it. Welcome back, Psycho-Sean. Welcome back to Ziggurat of Mana. Alrighty, upgrading the spear to the Oceanid Spear. The Oceanid Spear can put enemies to sleep, which, let's put it this way, is halfway useful, halfway really annoying. Let me explain. So, I don't know what triggers it normally, but when an enemy is knocked down heavily on the floor and you're close enough to them, your character will use a 1 stage higher attack animation. For the sword, they will do a jumping attack. For the spear, they will do this awkward, slow twirling attack here. But it is still a level 1 attack, like it's just a basic hit. For some weapons it's useful, for others it's terrible. For the spear, unfortunately, it is absolutely terrible. So if I hit them and it puts them to sleep, knocked unconscious, the lady will go do that very awkward slow twirl with the spear. And it's pretty annoying, honestly. But yeah, at least I guess they can't do anything to me in the meantime. But in case you ever wondered why that is happening, this is why. Also, this is how you trigger the throwing the enemy over your shoulders attack with the claw weapon. You're now a first aid responder. You learned the skill first aid today. Yeah, that's nice. I hope that went well. Alrighty, welcome to Spiky Tiger. So, as mentioned before, Spiky Tiger actually has no elemental weakness, it's completely neutral. However, using any elemental weapon of a decently high level will still increase my damage, and on top of that, what I'm going to be doing here is I will charge up my attack, and then I'm trying to get eaten. Perfect. And while I'm getting up, my character is attacking Spiky Tiger. And my character, in this case the lady, is attacking with the level of charge attack that I currently have charged up. Does this count as a glitch? I've done this in glitchless runs before. Either way, you kind of want Spiky Tiger, or the blue spike here, to try and eat you, because that's the least dangerous thing it can do. And for some reason, if you take 0 damage from that, that's a lot of damage there. If you take 0 damage from the eating attack, it will do the heavy knockdown on the floor, so to speak. So he does that every time he lands a low damage roll, which is most of the time. And when you get knocked down to the floor and your character's getting up, they do basically an attack around them if you have a melee weapon equipped. It does not work with a ranged weapon. And for some reason, that melee attack effectively is the same as your current charge level. I discovered this during a solo character challenge by accident. So if you consider this a glitch, all you need to do is you just need to release the charge attack and make sure you don't get eaten by the blue spike. I consider it to be largely a quirk of the game mechanics, but it is certainly an exploit. And I missed. So here I want to get eaten. And that is a get up attack. And then I want to charge up anyways. So, again, this guy has so much magic defense that I cannot reasonably and reliably hit him or deal damage to him with my fire bouquet. Did I equip the equipment? Or did I just buy it? I did equip it, right? I'm not used to this guy dealing so much damage. But he probably always does. Please come down, I cannot hit you up there. Alright, I need to heal. Wow. Hey Tag, welcome. I hope you're doing well, and no, frogs are friends, not food. When I told you to feed the frogs, I didn't mean to eat them. By the way, this boss has a fake death animation. You can still cast the spells on him while he is in the fake death animation. It's kind of fun. Num num num. So yeah, my normal strategy is just well, literally not even attacking, just get eaten and use the get up attack with the charge attack. This is why I wanted to level up a weapon to a higher charge level. It's not necessary, but it just speeds up the fight a bit. Alrighty. Welcome to floor 2. I guess another reason to use the spear over the axe is because the axe orb upgrade is right here. But one level largely does not make much of a difference for how much damage output you do or how many hits you need largely. Alrighty, so I am going to save before I go to the next boss here, because this is Gorgon Bull, and this guy is a menace. Let me tell you. Gorgon Bull is a gigantic roadblock for solo character challenges. And the reason is quite simple. Like a few bosses before, he has a spell that he targets all your characters with, in this case Earth Slide. And for whatever reason, Gorgon Bull has more magic power than Dark Lich. So he just hits like a truck with Earth Slide. I don't think you can reasonably level up within a reasonable amount of time in order to survive a single target Earth Slide. Like, theoretically it's doable. I just don't recommend it. I actually kind of want to demonstrate how much damage it does, just in case I manage to do this first try without getting hit. Because it's a little bit janky to avoid those Earth Slides, because I'm going to be using my own spell Invulnerability. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and make a save state, just for demonstration purposes. By the way, also, if you hit this guy before he wakes up, he just stays grey. He just knocked me unconscious. Alrighty. I have a bit of a strange strategy that only specifically the lady can use. 342 damage for Earth Slide. Okay, actually, that is not as much damage as I thought it was gonna be. We almost survived that already with our level. Also, let me load the save state. This was for demonstration purposes. We almost survived that one, actually. So I'm mildly surprised about that. Either way, what I'm going to be doing here is I'm actually going to use Defender. Defender increases your defense by 25%, I think. But it only lasts for a very short time. And if I also use Fire Bouquet to reduce his physical attack power by 25%, he actually cannot deal damage to me with physical attacks. And if I stand near him, he will never actually use Earth Slide. By the way, he does not have a collision box, so you can just walk straight through him. It's a bit weird. But yeah, I intentionally stay near him with the lady here, bait out physical attacks, because I want him to not use his magic. The alternative would be counting 33 spell casts, because he has 99 MP, can cast Earth Slide 33 times, plus Defender, I guess, and basically run him out of magic before he tried to deal damage. But because we can just effectively reduce his physical offense to not enough to damage me, this is actually quite reasonable to do. Gorgon Bull's magic faded. But yeah, this is a unique strategy that only the lady can use. I mean, the sprite just kills him with thunderbolts, so there's that. But the boy has to awkwardly survive him somehow. This is, by the way, one of the reasons. If you grind out the gauntlet in the Dark Palace, then you actually do survive his attacks. But it's a lot of resources invested whenever you get hit by them, because you need to still heal up. Actually, it actually might be very little damage. I've never actually tried getting hit while wearing a gauntlet against this guy. Have I? I don't remember. Maybe the solo sprite challenge might have used that. But yeah, if he uses his slamming attack, it actually would knock you unconscious. And if he is funny like that, he can just do this forever if you take any damage. But because I literally resist all the damage he does with my setup here, nothing happens. I think I only need either Defender or Fire Bouquet, but kind of having the overlapping is helpful, so to speak. Uh-oh. By the way, my chance to hit is about 75%-ish by now. Up from the previous 70% because I have slightly more agility than previous. But, to answer your question, am I getting unlucky? No, I'm actually just timing my attacks wrong. Because Gorgon Bull is invulnerable during a lot of his stances and attacks. When he is shielding his eyes like that, then you literally cannot hit him with physical attacks. He does not have a hitbox for that, he's just blocking your attack entirely. So you kind of want to entirely avoid that. If he's standing around or casting the Petrify gas, then you can hit him. So I'm basically just mistiming my attacks, that's all I'm doing. I'm just gonna alternate. Defend the one charge attack. Oh, there it is. This animation indicates that he's in phase 2, below half HP. He actually gains more attack power here. And this is where I need to have both the Fire Bouquet and Defender active in order for him to not deal damage. His attacks also gain these arm spikes that extend whenever he is attacking with them, and he can charge across the screen if he feels like it. Well, actually, he can charge across the screen if I'm standing in particular places. But yeah, that little bit of damage increase from his phase 2 arm spikes is actually enough to just deal damage to the lady. Oh, that still hit, I'm surprised. If I don't keep up the debuff on him and the buff on myself. Uh-oh, come back! So, he will cast Earthlight if I'm too far away from him. Oh, I walked across the door. So there's a door trigger at the bottom. It does not work during the boss fight. But if you walk across a door trigger, you lose your charge attack, which is what just happened earlier. Don't cast spells while you're too far away, dude. Just ram your head into the wall, please. Ah, there we go, we got him. Okay, that went pretty well. Honestly, his Earthlight dealt significantly less damage than I expected it to. I think the boy might survive it if he does the same grind in the lava temple, or the fire temple. Bring. Okay, and now here we get the most important spell school for the lady, which is Luna. Wait, excuse me. This is Lumina first. Why did I think this was Luna? Lumina is also very useful, but not nearly as important actually. Lumina gives the lady her only spell that has the same maximum offensive power as the sprite's other spells have, with 92 base attack. That can target enemies. However, the big downside is that Lucent Beam costs 8 MP. That is 4 times more than Freeze, which has the same base attack power. And there's not that many bosses or enemies weak to light damage. Although there are a few, to be fair, that can make it useful. At least if you're high enough level to have high enough or enough MP. Either way, largely not worth it, but what is worth it is the Lucid Barrier. Lucid Barrier absorbs a certain amount of physical damage on your character, so that can be incredibly helpful. However, there's a little bit of a catch to that. Even though it does absorb physical damage, if an enemy has an attack with a status effect applied to it, like poison or knocking you unconscious, that attack will actually always hit. Or, well, the status effect will always apply if the Lucid Barrier is absorbing the attack, even if you take 0 damage from it. So you can get knocked unconscious by low-level enemies if you have Lucid Barrier on yourself. Hey, Handermiller, welcome! How are you doing today? Alrighty, let's get the elemental spirit that I was actually talking about earlier. Luna. Luna is in fact the most important one. Because Luna has two buffs that are very useful, one more than the other. The more useful buff is Lunar Energy, which basically guarantees a crit on your next attack. At level 0 Lunar Energy it is 1 guaranteed crit, at level 1 it is 2 guaranteed crits, at level 2 it's 3, etc. The higher level Lunar Energy you have, the more guaranteed crits you get. Which is extremely helpful, because normally charging up a attack is largely not worth it unless you have to punch through an enemy's defense, and then it becomes exponentially more useful. That's probably not quite true. It becomes a lot more useful if you are charging up an attack against an enemy with high defense if you also get a crit. Also, you need Lucent Beam here in order to open up this door. One of two orbs that you need to activate with Lumina. You targeting the sprite? That's unusual. So either way, critical hits are incredibly important, because if an enemy has 450 defense and you deal 500 damage, then basically it's 500 minus 450, it is 50 damage. But critical hits double the amount of damage you do beyond the defense, which means instead of dealing 50 damage in that situation, you would deal 550 damage, basically getting you so much more damage than you would otherwise get. And on top of that, the normal maximum damage you can deal with a regular attack would be, against an enemy with 450 defense, would be 999 minus 450. That would be the maximum damage rolls you could get. However, critical hits also go past that in a sense, because it gets applied afterwards, after defense subtraction, so you just kind of get even more damage on top of that. Oh, by the way, fun fact, if I go through the door down here, it just brings me back into the lit up hall that we lit up with Lumina. However, if we use a magic rope here, it brings us back to the dark room, which we're not supposed to go back in here. I'm doing okay right now, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the ferry across the oil pit. I always interpreted this like as an oil field because desert and stuff. I actually don't know what it's supposed to be. It could be the void on the ground or something. It is kind of sparkly. Either way, we have Luna now, and that is very powerful. And I'm going to be training just a little bit. Is the void? Probably the void. So I'm going to be training Luna to level 2, which should be fine. That is 3 guaranteed critical hits. Oh, by the way, the other useful spell that I'm actually going to be using to level here Luna is Lunar Boost. Lunar Boost reduces your evasion to 0, and evasion on the player character works in the way that enemies can either get a high damage roll on you or a low damage roll. Having 0 evasion means they always get a high damage roll. That's all it does. It's kind of a bit of a misnomer to call it evasion on the player character, but that's just what it does. Because if an enemy has Lunar Boost, they have 0 evasion, which means that you always hit them. So it is very useful for being able to hit enemies if you put Lunar Boost on them. But the other side of the coin is, it does increase your physical damage output by 25%. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You might take a lot more damage, but you also might deal a lot more damage. It has... I largely don't use it outside of specific circumstances. It's maple spillet. Someone spilled the whole ink. Shady jellies. Do you think that's where the lime slime comes from? I might also level up Lumina a little bit once I get this to level 2. It should be soon. Oops. By the way, once again, I'm just outside the city in order to cast spells, otherwise I only get half the experience. So, now we cast Lucid Barrier. Lucid Barrier costs 4 MP instead of 2, which means it's a lot less efficient to level up in comparison. But it's such a powerful tool to just deny physical damage entirely that it's very much worth it to just level it up a little bit. Lucid Barrier either blocks a certain amount of hits or a certain amount of damage. Whatever comes first to be depleted to 0. And yes, you get less experience in safe areas when you cast spells there. Which is why the Wind Palace is kind of weird, because it is considered a combat area, so you do get basically full experience there. And you still have a full or an easy MP restore right there. So Lucid Barrier level 1. A total of 13 more spell casts in order to get to level 2. But I might just get this somewhere along the way. And once again, I pygmy my character in order to cast spells more quickly. Alright. Let's go buy fairy walnuts. Hello, food box. And recover all of our MP by just sleeping here. Alright. Next up, we climb the mountain. Save? Yes, please. So, I wonder if I should make a straw poll for this, but would you be interested in a casual-ish playthrough of Tales of Fantasia for the SNES? Or Terranigma? Or maybe another game that I haven't played on stream in a while? I'm open for suggestions or opinions for that matter. Hey Zuka Blue, welcome! I hope you're doing well. Alright guys, I need you to go and take a nap over here. It's time to bowl! Right, I guess I kind of wanted to inquire about other games that I might not be thinking of. Never heard of Tales of Fantasia? It's one of the more obscure ones, because the original version was never released outside of Japan until they released a Game Boy Advance port, which does exist. It is a bit of a quirky one, definitely not as refined as later Tales of series, but I actually prefer it over the other ones in terms of game mechanics, even if it's very unrefined. All of the above. Crystal Projects Randomizer. Man, I've done a solo character Crystal Projects run, and I'm actually pretty happy with that outcome, to be honest. But I've also played it more recently, so I think I would not quite play Crystal Project yet again. Destiny was always the best for you. I've actually never played Destiny. I've only ever played Fantasia and Symphonia, which is funny because those happen to be the two games that are mildly related in terms of theme and world. Oh, right, I forgot Tasnica. I need to go to Tasnica first. I never played it on stream. Did I say I would? I played through it actually off-stream, Hoppy. Well, not through the entire chapter, to be fair. But I did play quite a bit of it off-stream. You never said it, okay. But you could, fair. It definitely has an interesting beginning. Why am I going saving again, guys? I just came from a save point. Just force of habit, I guess, for challenge runs. Yeah. By the way, if I forgot anything that I said at some point I would do or wouldn't do, I'm sorry, please do remind me. I don't do that stuff intentionally. You missed out on Abyss and Vesperia, which are the two best in the series in your opinion. I believe it. Maybe we should do a Tales of Marathon someday. Trails in the Sky is the perfect for stream theater. Oh, by the way, you can avoid talking to Gemma here, because you can just walk around his cutscene trigger hitbox. But if you approach him from above, we're just facing away from him, and then he decides to just walk through us and disappear. He's a ghost. Yeah, I think Chaz also mentioned that her favorite Tales of game is Vesperia. I might be mistaken on that one. Hey, Opus, welcome! How are you doing today? Also, welcome to Stone Saber being really powerful, because the next quote-unquote boss can be one-shot with that if I get a good damage roll and the petrification. Tales of Graces F. From what I remember, Tales of Graces F, people said, is not that great story-wise, but the mechanics are great. I'm actually not sure how accurate I remember that. Wait, I have the whip equipped? Right. Either way, lose half of your HP because petrification is powerful, and 2-shot. Chest? No chest. This guy can drop you a ninja gauntlet if you get ridiculously lucky to get a chest and a rare drop. It's kind of silly, but it can happen. You don't care, that's fair. One can love a game even if it doesn't excel in every area. I mean, I genuinely kind of like Rockman X, that weird NES game. Thank you, Opus. I'm glad you're good. Hello. By the way, this is the only place where you can buy royal jelly for regular prices, rather than the double price from Necco. And I think that's all the stuff I need. I'm full on everything. You love Super Pitfall, you have a problem. I mean, if it's the game I'm thinking of, it has fantastic animations. And it does play really smoothly, even if it's a bit weird level design-wise. Lady Challenge, indeed. Hey, Mr. Magus, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Some of the story beats are kind of whatever and has a lot of short music loops, but it has a fantastic battle system. Graces F, yeah. Either way, Tales of Fantasia was my suggestion. I don't know if... Let me scroll up real quick. Did anybody mention Terranigma? I don't think anybody mentioned Terranigma. We could also play Trials of Mana. Then again, I think I've played that one more recently. Kartoffels a lot. Well, I mentioned Terranigma, yes, but nobody responded to that one. Everybody just jumped on Tales of Fantasia, so we should probably play through that again. Right. If I'm not focusing on where I need to go next, I just kind of need to find myself again. I don't have much muscle memory left for this game, it looks like. That's not true, I just don't remember stuff. Either way, now we can climb the mountain. And I'm pretty sure with the current equipment, we literally cannot take any damage from any enemy, except for the Mimic. But we're not gonna run into a Mimic, right? That would be silly. Alrighty. I will need the axe in the upcoming area to get past the stalagmites. Which, by the way, I'd like to point out that the stalagmites in this game are very pointy. What? No! I forgot to talk to the king again in Tasinka. Whoops. Yeah, this is the content you're here for. Picnic? Doesn't tell me about any frame drops. Did I forget the story trigger of this game? I forgot. Well, if I were to think about it, I would remember, but I didn't think about it. That's kind of the catch there. And yes, I think the normal story progression is you go up the mountain, then he tells you to go to the Palace of Darkness, then you go up the mountain, you go to the Gold City, then you go up the mountain, he tells you to go to Tasnica, then you go up the mountain and then you're finally done. I think that's how it's normally supposed to work. But because we used the strategy guide in German, we actually went straight for the other place, so I never understood the character's frustration about when they say again, because I only went up the mountain once. The speed apparator, yes. Which, by the way, has fantastic illustrations of various characters. Watts is especially great in the German guidebook. Can recommend checking that one out. Like, even if you don't know German or don't care about the guidebook, like, the illustrations are just really pretty. Alright. Round 3. Right. Same thing in Evermore and Terranigma, good stuff in there. I should actually look at these one day. I only got the one for Lufia. Well, technically Lufia too, but it was just called Lufia over here. Because we never got Lufia 1. Did artists make their own stuff? I assume they did. Like, it's really good art in those. Lufia 2 has really fantastic art in the booklet as well. But because I never owned Terranigma or Seeker of Evermore as a kid, I never got these booklets. Funnily enough, I did actually play Terranigma as a kid still, because one of my friend's friends had it, and we played through it on my friend's house. Yeah, I guess one of the few things we did get over here in the European region. You got Final Fantasy VI, we didn't get that until I think the Game Boy version? Game Boy Advance? Really try it? What happens if you say no? I should have said no. Yeah, I did get the PlayStation one for Final Fantasy V, which by the way has great music. One of the best aspects of the PlayStation version for Final Fantasy V, the music is really good. Chrono Trigger was even worse. The DS version was the first official one. I actually did not even realize there was a DS version for Chrono Trigger for a really long time, until I saw like that Chugga Conroy Let's Play pop up in my feed. It's like, what? That's a thing? Shows progress? The oldest brother got all the games, being the youngest of the 40 handed you down Saga 3. And other screwed up games. I mean, Saga 3 at least looks very fascinating. Oh yeah, for some reason I forgot about this, but we only have to fight one of the ghosts because one of the way to win this battle is to face your fears and just die. And then get revived by your allies. Friendship overcomes everything. And I missed. Oh my god. I really said the exact wrong moment. She literally cannot hurt me with this armor I have on. Like, she does not deal any damage. But yeah, of course the other way of dealing with them is just dealing enough damage. The sprite and the lady have 800 HP, the boy has 999, which is also our maximum HP. Goodbye. They didn't let you play Final Fantasy 4 or 6 or stuff like that. Tragedy. You had all sagas, but 1 and 2 didn't do it for you. I've never actually played a Saga game. That's not true, I played Saga Frontier. The remake. That one is really weird, but really fascinating. By the way, if you like Saga Frontier and have you not played the remake, that remake is genuinely, like, I've never played the original, but it feels like a labor of love. Like, that thing is just great. You should play the Game Boy ones. I've seen a bunch of speedruns by Puexel, where he just feeds the characters a bunch of meat, they transform, and then he demolishes the rest of the game with them. Saga is very Yaga. Okay. The speedruns are boring. Fair. Saga Frontier is such a game. It is. And I'm very glad I played the remake, because there's so many weird, abstract, obscure, and just genuinely strange designs in that game. In a kind of odd way, it's a bit like Legend of Mana, that it's hard to approach. But I do really appreciate it for what it is. And the remake honestly makes it a lot more approachable, even if it's still a bit odd at times. And yes, the remake did add in the last chapter, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Something that was basically missing from the original game. Where do we go? Oh yeah. Sunken Continent. Now, if only I remembered where that is. Southwest? No, that doesn't... There it is. Didn't I have a smart strategy to take down the watermelon boss? Crosscode and Sea of Stars are pretty good. Crosscode is really good. Although, The one gripe I have about Crosscode is you almost, well, in my opinion, you kind of need to play the beginning of the DLC to have a proper ending. And I've not even played the DLC, I literally just bought the DLC to get that. I should play that again sometime. And Sea of Stars, well, I've heard some good things about it, but I've intentionally avoided it because I want to play that sometime as well. Alrighty, where was I? How do I knock this thing out? I think I let him jump every time, right? Yeah, I think that's what I do. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to remember what strategy I use for the boss coming up. I'm using Lunar Energy for guaranteed critical hits and a weapon buff. It does not matter which weapon. It's just slightly more damage. Ilus, hello! Thank you so much for the raid and host. Actually, hosting doesn't exist anymore at Twitch. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. What were you doing over there, if I may ask? Welcome to you. Alrighty, so what you do against the Acrogoplon, or watermelon as we like to call it, is you hit it once, or you just stand really far away, let it jump, after AI control characters get knocked out, and then you just hit it. And then you run away, and I'm gonna get hit, aren't I? I think he's casting a spell. He did not. Oh, he did cast a spell, I was right. Oh, but he was too quick to cast another spell. Burst, I think, casts 4 MP? Or was it 6? Either way, this thing is actually running out of magic really quickly. So as long as I survive the magic onslaught, it will not be able to do much of anything. It's gonna cast another spell here. I'm actually going to use Lucid Barrier to absorb physical damage. Let's burst again and again. He only has 99 MP. Oh, he just cancelled his own damage. You can stack damage on enemies with multiple spellcasts and physical attacks. Enemies cannot do that. You're special as the player. Like, enemies genuinely cannot stack damage with multiple spellcasts. They just overwrite the previous damage with their attack. Oh, he used your sleep power. Yeah, that's fine. I forgot you could do that. Sleep Flower only costs 2 MP if you're keeping track of the MP. It's jumping again, that's fine. Some Toho Karkim. And some Randoladder, you won. Nice, congratulations. That is a Burst or Sleep Flower again. That was Burst. But yeah, he's running out of magic relatively quickly here. As long as you survive just about long enough, it's fine. I do not know why he does not hit me there sometimes. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. I expect him to hit me, but he didn't. He's casting a spell again. Let me increase my critical hit chance. Denied. I feel like I had a different strategy for this guy at some point. Now he hit me once. You heard the zing sound. I need MP. It's gonna jump on my head here. Or tries to anyways. He's jumping again. He should be out of magic soon. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna stay here. So if you bonk into him from below here, he can no longer move afterwards. I don't have to try it yet. I'm gonna just heal up to full. Slick Flower. Burst. Ow, please get up. burst again. Maybe I should have continued running away. He just cancels his own damage. He only is getting only damage from one of the burst spells. And I'm healing up before I take any damage. That is I think a 3-frame window to open up the menu to avoid the damage from the spells. Basically, after the animation, but before the damage hits, you can do that. Sleep flower again. But you cannot do that if you're unconscious or incapacitated in other ways. Maybe he's had a lot more MP than I thought. But I love it when he just cancels his own damage. Like, Sleep Flower literally just means the burst is not gonna deal any damage. Okay. By the way, I can't open the menu while I'm laying on the ground unconscious. Oh, he's out of magic. Cool. Can he come up here, please? So he's gonna zip around again. I'm gonna heal myself one last time and then I win. Because he can literally not do anything anymore. If you use MP Absorb on this guy, on the sprite, can't do anything anymore basically. And now, he's stuck. Ha 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 ha. And he will only ever jump and turn into a pinball if you are far enough away from it. It's not gonna do that unless you are too far away. Ooh. Laberbarsh, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime Gaming. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for 15 months. I hope you're doing well. Bring. I feel like I made this a lot more complicated than it needed to be, but running this kind of magic is genuinely a strategy. Which, by the way, the German spell name for this spell is called Zaubersperre, which translates to block magic. So what we thought when I was a kid, what is happening is you block the magic of the enemy. So what we did is we just kept casting Dispel Magic on him over and over and over and over again, and at some point he stopped casting magic, and we were like, oh, it eventually worked. It was just taking a really long time, when in reality he was just out of magic, and Dispel Magic just gets rid of Wall. So he had to recast Wall over and over, and that is kind of pricey in terms of how much MP it costs. So it's kind of funny to think about it. Basically, that's kind of what the German guide says. It says, use this spell in order to deal with this guy. We had no idea what this spell actually did, because it was never really explained, I don't think. And the name of the spell did not help in the least. Alrighty, welcome to the Sunken Continent. I'm going to save before I go down there. That's probably a sensible idea. Meow, 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 meow. Alrighty, just sleeping here to recover my MP back to full. Save your game, yes please. Bring. Alrighty. Let's see. We're good against the next boss. And the boss afterwards, we're good anyway, so we can just go. And if I need to restock, I can do this afterwards. Sorry, I feel like I just need to think ahead, because this is one of the larger dungeons if you try to tackle it all in one go, but you can actually basically break it in half if you want to. Right guys, I need you to take a nap, thank you very much. Can you petrify these guys? Come back. I don't know if you can petrify them because my magic just ran out. Either way, the enemies in this area here generally have really high attack power, so this is where Lucid Barrier's ability to block physical damage comes into play quite a bit. Didn't petrify. Didn't petrify. I'm not hitting to begin with. Alright, I don't think you can petrify those, but I'm not sure. Could just be unlucky. I'm still looking for the gauntlet. If they drop me a chest, that would be great. Also, once again, they use a whip-based weapon, so they do not have actually... They can't hit me when I'm too close to them, is the short version. Ooh, chest. Cast Analyzer in order to disable any trap. I might have enough agility to dodge the trap now. Actually, let me check real quick. How much agility do you have, lady? Let's see, how much do I need? We have 36 agility, which is probably not enough. So the Dark Knight's agility or trap level or trap agility level is... Oh my goodness. $56. You need 56 agility in order to guarantee dodge the trap, so that's pretty high. If I equip armor, that gives me +5 agility, which is actually two pieces. The green hat or hat from Southtown, as well as the wolf's armband from Matango. Both of those give +5 agility. So I can actually increase my agility by 10 on the lady. Boy actually cannot equip the green hat, so he only gets +5. Another one is if you get the rare drop from the Dark Stalker ninjas, they also increase your agility by +5. Yeah, but it's an accessory, so that's all. I don't think there's an armor that increases your agility, but I'm not sure. Actually, I can check that. I have a list of all things here. In my handy, gigantic spreadsheet. Maybe not that handy, it's kind of unwieldy actually. Alright, agility. Power Suit gives +5 strength, Fairy Cloak gives +5 constitution. So no, none of the armor actually gave agility. These metal crawly dudes are actually pretty terrifying if you do a glitchless speedrun of this game, because their attack range is ginormous. And because you don't really get defense or armor upgrades at all in the speedrun for glitchless, because you don't have enough money for that, they largely one-shot you, so you really need to avoid them somehow, which is difficult because cramped corridors and gigantic hitboxes. Right, we're gonna equip the Chakra Hand again in order to increase my magic power by a little bit, because this upcoming boss is one of the few that is weak to fire, and consequently we do actually have a good elemental damage against him, and he does not have all that much magic defense. Ginormous is a technical term. Is it actually? Because you could totally tell me it is, and I would not know any better. But yeah, the hitboxes are gigantic at times. 970, nice. That is really good damage. So unlike Jabberwocky, we actually have spells against this guy. He's also not as dangerous as Jabberwocky, oddly enough, because I think his spell is single target by default. So as a solo character, you should largely survive his spells. Although he also can heal himself for a lot. No, that's a joke. Yeah, that's fair. I don't remember how much HP he has. It's something over 2000, but not too much more. Bonk, there it is. Bring. Hello and welcome. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, welcome to this next area. The convenient part about this next area is I do not need to worry about knocking out my allies because, let's put it this way, they're going to get knocked out very quickly. I actually wonder whether using Gnome's Defender is worthwhile here. Normally I don't bother with casting Defender in regular areas, but this one here might actually be helpful. Let's see. Yep, by the way, this pretty much always happens when you go through that door. With AI control characters, it's really difficult to avoid that. Also, I got poisoned despite taking no damage. As mentioned before, status effects go straight through Lucid Barrier. In fact, they are guaranteed to hit if you have Lucid Barrier. So that's a little bit of a awkward part about it. By the way, these Basilisk enemies have a rare drop of a Cockatrice cap, and that helmet is one of the best in the game, because it prevents you from being petrified, as well as having ridiculously high physical and magic defense. But it's a rare drop. If you want to farm it, I recommend this location right here. Even though it's only a single one of them, and they have a lot of HP, it is the easiest place to reset them. In my opinion. I might be wrong about what is optimal and what isn't. Hi, could you give me a gauntlet? I'm gonna take that guy with me. Gauntlet, please. Gauntlet, please. He did not drop a chest, but I leveled up, so that's nice. My spear knocks enemies unconscious, which is very handy. Alright. No, wrong one. It's red, blue, yellow, green. Also, I somehow managed to walk in a way where no enemies spawned here. This is normally kind of a tricky area to survive in a glitchless run because there's quite a lot of enemies that like to kill you. Bonk. Ooh. Gauntlet, please. Gauntlet, please. No gauntlets allowed. Also, in case you're curious, we're going to take a break in about 20-ish minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. As long as I don't die before that. That is such an awkward attack right there. These guys also have a rare drop, that is the Ninja Glove, which has equally ridiculously high magic defense to the Gauntlet. But the Gauntlet gives you +5 strength, which means it's a pretty crazy physical damage boost for the lady and the sprite. Well, as well as the boy, I guess. It is virtually the best accessory armor piece for most situations. Even though it's the one that you can actually buy after this dungeon here, it is still basically one of the best. Either way, the Ninja Gauntlet gives you +5 agility, which slightly increases your chance to hit, but it is very negligible. So, unless you just need the +5 agility to make sure the traps in the chest do not actually affect you, it's largely not worth it. Oh, don't they need like level 8 analyzer, those Darkstalkers, in order to do this? Hold up. Spreadsheet. Darkstalker. You need level 3? Really? Level 3 analyzer is sufficient? I thought it was like really high level for some reason. Yep, it works. By the way, if I couldn't disarm the trap, what you can do... So basically, if this is were a deadly trap, there's two outcomes of a deadly trap. Most of the time, it's going to leave you at exactly 1 HP, which is a bit unpleasant, but you can just heal it up. However, there is the rare chance where a deadly trap will straight up kill you, but the way it kills you, it deals equal damage to your maximum HP or your current HP. However, that damage is physical, so Lucid Barrier actually blocks that attack. Chocolate won't fit. That's fair. I had too much chocolate today. But I also did exercise today, so we're good. Yeah, if you have high enough agility, you just circumvent the traps entirely. So if you're trying to get the very special, super rare Shadow Zero trap, you only have a very limited time frame to get that, or play frame. What do you call that? Either way, welcome to this guy. He likes to cast Lucid Barrier on himself, but unfortunately for him, he has like 1200 HP, which is ridiculously little compared to any other boss at this stage in the game. And I just missed my attack. That's unfortunate. If I hit right there, I actually think would have killed him. So I'm just blinking away his Lucid Barrier. Oh, Lunar Boost means that he deals 25% more damage if he hits me. But it also means I never miss a physical attack either. Because it basically nullifies evasion. But it also makes you deal more damage, so... yeah. But yeah, for some reason this guy just does not have much HP. In fact, his HP stats feel like he fits in where Vampire is in the game, right after Doom's Wall. Whereas Vampire's HP stats kind of fits in right around here. It's kind of interesting in how that ends up, well, feeling like it's swapped, but I guess thematically it does not make sense. Hello, welcome to March TV, and thank you for the good luck. Oh, I see. Well, I hope you're having a success with that tutorial. Welcome to you. Okay, so halfway. I want barrels, so we're gonna take a quick detour to get barrels from Neko because I forgot to buy them earlier. So, there's a very peculiar item that you can get from only Neko. Neko sells you barrels for 900 gold each. And the tricky thing about using barrels is that when you initially could buy them while Neko is around, they're way too expensive. Like, you don't have 900 gold unless you just specifically farm for it. So it's a little bit of an awkward case there. However, later on, when you would have the money in order to try them out and buy them, Neko just doesn't appear for a while. I think he technically spawns on the lofty mountains, but simultaneously, I don't think I've ever seen him spawn up there. But I know he could, theoretically. Actually, I probably have seen him at least once. Either way, barrels are very powerful items that most casual players will probably never get to use just due to those restrictions of pricing and location of where to get them, with maybe the exception of being able to use them just around getting into Pure Lands, because that's when you can access a necro shop that has barrels, and they are mildly useful there. In fact, I think I remember using them as a kid to try and get through the Pure Lands. Alrighty, with those barrels, we're going to visit the next boss. But first we have to go to the Grand Palace. And the Grand Palace is the last time we need the sprite in our party. So we can just kind of make sure they go on a vacation into Snowman's Land. And simultaneously, I think Hexus, the next, well, actually technically the boss after the next one coming up, is the last boss that you kind of want to have the boy in your party for, because of weird level height shenanigans making you unable to physically hit enemies. But just to be safe, to not run into that, I'm going to keep both the boy and the sprite in the party until we get to the Mana Fortress. But I think theoretically it would be reasonably safe to remove them from the party. After this dungeon here. Also, Hexus is kind of notorious in the speedrun for one-player 2 controller, that she just sometimes becomes completely invulnerable to physical attack until you cast a spell on her. Nobody knows why. It's just decides that she does not get hit by attacks anymore. Also, a little fun fact, I don't actually have code evidence for this, but I'm pretty sure enemies in these rooms here with the orbs cannot drop chests. Like, it is physically impossible for them to drop any chests. Also, this is where we need the sprite alive, so they can open up the path. And I hope to keep them alive throughout this entire thing, because otherwise I'll have to keep reviving them to open up more passageways. Why am I going this way? That doesn't make sense. By the way, it does not matter which spell you cast on these orbs, which is kind of different from the other orbs. The other orbs you need to use a specific spell. On these ones here, you can just use any spell of the particular type of element that work. So I'm just choosing the cheapest spell, even if it has a longer animation for a sprite right here. You can jump to the right here, but there's not much of a reason to. No, this is fine. This is Sylph. Sprite has 3 MP remaining. Alright, now they need a bit more MP, so we use a fairy walnut on the sprite. Also, that one fireball just going towards the book and it's just not affecting a bit is always kind of funny to me. It's because the book basically occupies the same enemy spawn slot as the orb did before, and the orb, or the fireball, is basically targeted towards that orb in particular. So it just kind of swings around and goes immediately for that orb. By the way, I just realized I could have activated this thing still without recovering MP on the sprite earlier. But I don't think it matters. Oh wait, excuse me, this is Lumina. Luna is later. Actually, I couldn't have activated it. I was doing the right thing. 8 MP to activate this orb. Which, by the way, a level 1 lady has exactly 8 MP, so even at level 1 she will be able to open up the path. Sword orb. Thank you. If you skipped all the previous sword orbs in areas, you can actually pick up all the sword orbs here. However, fun fact, if you skip all the sword orbs here as well, you will still get a fully powered up sword after the Pure Lens. Because after the final cutscene in the Pure Lens, you actually get all the sword orbs that you didn't have until that point. Just automatically assigned. Alright, this area here is usually where the sprite just dies, but yeah, the sprite is gonna just stand here and get hit by this attack, by the way. I'm gonna get out of the way. Oh wow! He shot it straight down, that imp. That's unusual. I was certain he was going to shoot it to the right. Oh, rip sprite. We got so close to the last room, but not quite there. If you get multiple orbs from a catch-up chest, do orbs in previous areas disappear? Yes, they do. The way those chests works is they give you up to a certain level of orb, and if you already have that level, they just don't appear there, regardless in which way you have acquired them. Alright. Welcome back, sprite. Now I need to use Luna. Orb. Alright, and now the sprite can go back to a nap forever. Although, we need to send them off to Snowman's Land. We'll still do that, but not quite yet. Whee! Scoot. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get Blaze Vault, but I would prefer not to get Blaze Vault, so I'm going to cast the Remedy on myself in order to remove Blaze Vault that I'm going to be hit by in just a second. Fire animation plays for a few frames, but that's about it. Is it possible to do solo runs in the Secret of Mana remake? Yes, I think I've done a solo character challenge run with the lady in the remake. I do believe it was rather awkward to do, but it still worked. I never tried with the other characters because I just stopped playing that game. Alright, welcome to this guy. He is basically like the other lizard, where he just tries to get close to you, but can only attack you if you are orthogonally, well, adjacent rather than diagonally. So he's just gonna stand there. Also, he only has 1200-ish HP. Alrighty, so the promised break is coming in. Because we're gonna use a little trick on Hexus. So, let's put it this way. Barrels are very powerful. Because if you are in a barrel, the only thing that can hurt you is a spell. And there are certain bosses that cast spells and other ones that don't. Generally speaking, Hexus is absolutely a boss that casts spells. A lot of them, in fact, depending on where you stand away from her, she can cast earth, fire, and wind spells. However, in her base form, she only casts Dispel Magic. This costs 4 MP. And everything else she does is physical in nature. Pygmus Glare, it looks like a spell cast, but it is physical in nature. Anything that is not specifically a spell that your characters can cast cannot go through the barrel. Even like a Fire Breath or Moogle Glare or anything like that. Everything is considered physical unless it's specifically a spell. So the barrel just absorbs it. So we can just sit here and wait until Hexus is out of magic by casting Dispel Magic over and over again. And I'm going to take a short break in this case because I'm gonna get some water and go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. This is the break time. Oh yes, by the way, regular enemies literally cannot detect characters that are in barrels. They will never target them in any way. As soon as you press the B button, which is the same button used for attacking, however, the barrels disappear regardless on which character had the barrels. This boss read the guide in German. Right, I guess we can say that. Also, welcome Multicyto, I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, I'm back. What is the original point of the barrel? To avoid getting attacked? Yes, basically, it is a safety item. Also, she's out of magic, good. It's basically a safety item where you can't get attacked. Okay, so, Hexus has 4 different forms. Her neutral form, where she uses physical spells and dispel magic. Her ice form, where she uses freeze and energy absorb. Her earth spells, where she uses earth slide and gem missile. And her fire spells, where I think it's fireball and exploder, maybe lava wave. I honestly don't remember. But because she has no MP, she can't cast anything, so she's just stuck. So her elemental forms are significantly less dangerous than her physical form. And the way she changes forms is based on where the character is closest to her in terms of direction. Top left is water. Top center is earth. Come on. And top right is fire. There is supposed to be a wind form, but the code is broken and the directions don't work properly as to how she detects which direction you stand away from her. The bottom, I think she goes back into her neutral form, if I'm not mistaken. Ironic that this boss does not know how to deal with Solid Snake. Yeah, only liquid snakes. Boomerang. Nice, I like the brightness. You've never seen her snake half change before? Yeah, usually you fight her from below. And unless you stand far enough away, she does not change forms at all. Like, I think I only learned about her form change possibilities way later. I never knew that as a kid either. Gaseous snake. Indeed. Wow! Level 38 frog. Hooray. Alrighty, welcome to Mechrider number 3. This one is just as silly as the previous ones. So Mechrider does not have any spells. So in order to make sure that my allies take a nap, I'm just gonna do this. And kind of like previous Mechriders, as long as I stay at the very bottom of the arena, he can never attack me here. However, unlike Mechrider number 2, he is also never gonna counterattack, because the way he decides on which action to take is as follows. If he has Wall, which reflects spells away from him onto our team, if he does not have Wall, he will cast Wall. So I cast Wall, and then after he casts Wall, he will, if he does not have a buff, that is, well, not Wall, he will try to cast Speed Up on himself, which bounces away from him and hits me instead. So basically, he never does anything at this point. Like, literally, he's just going to buff me, and when he doesn't have Wall, he just casts Wall again. The only time he would ever do anything else is if I give him a buff, or, for that matter, a debuff with the Flame Bouquet, for example. So as long as I just stay at the bottom of the arena, he literally cannot hurt me. And in case you're wondering, from what I was told, Speed Up does not do anything for your characters. Like, it says it increases your chance to hit, but supposedly it doesn't do that. But I never looked into the code. And considering it does something for the chess masters, for example, yeah, I don't know whether Speed Up really doesn't do anything, but chances is pretty high it doesn't do anything. But yeah, this is an easy way to defeat him, just stay at the bottom of the arena. Which, by the way, they changed him up pretty dramatically in the remake. And in the remake, this thing is actually scary. Just another bit of code that is there for looks. Yup, to look silly. I mean, if I were to be higher up in the arena, he would just charge across me and deal a decent amount of damage. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that, as you might be able to tell. And there we go. Good night. Boing. There's my last spear orb. Actually, am I gonna get another one? Probably not. Ba-ding. It's a magical time beam! Hello, I hope you're doing well as it can be. It's a mana stream. Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Magical Time Beam. By the way, if anybody likes puzzles and platformers, I highly recommend the Scapegoat 2, because that's genuinely the best puzzle platformer I've ever played. I'm not exaggerating. I should play that again sometime. Doing fairly well lately. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Alrighty, everybody. We can buy late game armor right here. And as I mentioned before, this gauntlet here is something we could have gotten as a rare drop from the Dark Knights. But you can also buy it here. This thing has 250 magic defense, which is a pretty absurd upgrade over the other stuff. Now, the West Guard and the Needle Helm are both really good pieces of armor too, but I can only buy the Needle Helmet on top of it. So we'll need to come back for the West Guard in just a little bit. But that West Guard is very much worth it. Once we have a fully upgraded armor set, we will survive much more reasonably against the bosses coming up. But also because we only have to equip one character, farming out the money is really not that big of a deal. Oh, tic-tac-toe! Thank you so much for 51 months. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, and happy Grimer Day. What was the name of that? Scapegoat 2. Let me write that in chat for you. Genuinely a fantastic puzzle platformer. Highly recommend it. Well, I'm not entirely sure what it is about Scapegoat 2, but I think it's just... For me personally, it is the perfect mix between tricky puzzles, but also reasonably difficult platforming. Nothing excessive in either direction, but very clever. And often you can just choose your own path where you can just be a platforming god and skip certain puzzles, or you can just solve the puzzles cleanly and have to do a lot less platforming. Baba's is your top puzzle game right now. It's captured something magical. Baba's U is amazing. Can recommend too. That game is pretty magical. I agree. Alright, where's the... There it is. Wait, no, I don't... Oh, why did I just realized I needed to go to sleep in the desert, because that is much closer to the volcano. Plus, I actually know where the volcano is from the desert. I narrated the run at HIDQ for Scapegoat 2. Right. That... I did not have enough time to narrate that properly. Vulagin and I think Stinger it was, were just through there way too quick. The developer of Baba is who also worked in Noita. Oh, I did not actually know that. I've seen Noita, but... Oh. Please knock that guy out. I didn't realize the boy was still alive. Bonk. There we go, thank you. I've seen Noita, but I've never actually played it. Mostly seen Ryu play it, and I think Velhard a bunch. Silence? Silence. So these things give a good chunk of experience whenever you knock them out, but they hit like a truck. And the trucks are pretty terrifying. Is that a chest? Hold up. Let me remove the silence real quick. Oh, it's already removed. There is a treasure chest. I'm pretty sure I don't have the required analyzer level, plus the rare drop from here is a griffin helmet, which is the best in slot helmet for the boy. Other than that, it's usually chocolate. Or a trap. In my case, it's 50-50 for a trap. But I still like opening the chests, even if I can't use them. And yes, this is where you start getting the really crazy good unique stuff. The Griffin helmet is literally the best in slot helmet for the boy, and if you clear the Pure Lands, you can no longer go back, so you basically lose the opportunity to try and grab these items. It's a very rare drop. Basically, you have a 1 in 16 chance to get a chest, and then a 10 in 256 chance to get the rare drop from the chest. That is if you avoid the trap. Otherwise, it's a 50-50 on top of that to get a trap first. Alright. I'm just here to get a little bit of money to be able to afford the Vest Guard. Because that is a pretty substantial defense upgrade that I would like to have. So yeah, rare drops are reasonably rare in this game, but not unreasonable to get if you just go for them. It might just take you an hour, 2 or 3. Well, I guess maybe 3 hours is kind of a long time for a lot of people, which is fair. Bonk. Bonk. You really hope we'll be here for some arrows at the end of the year? Me too. For anyone who does not know, we have a little tradition here, where I try to do a 100% run of Seeker of Mana at the end of the year, starting at the eve of the old year into the new year. And I'm trying to do this year too. Sleep Flower? I forgot they could even do that. But yeah, at the very least, I will try to do a Seeker of Mana run, 100% run without level grind, maybe with level grind, depending on how lucky we get with the orbs. But in the previous run, we got really unlucky with getting all the rare drops, that it took substantially longer than I was prepared for, so I had to split it in two. And in hindsight, I should have just gone for all the rare drops and skipped the leveling of all the weapons and spells instead. But hey, that's something I can improve in the future. 10 in 40, 96 equals 0.244% chance per enemy. Pretty much. By the way, you can't petrify these guys, so I should actually use Gnome's weapon here. On top of guaranteed crits. Once again, petrification reduces enemies' current HP by half before you apply the damage with your weapon. So effectively, you can one-shot these enemies with half of their HP in terms of damage. If you get the petrification, which is by no means a guaranteed. Confusion is really annoying, because it doesn't tell you, oh my goodness, that is over. I think I can flame wall them as well. Or blaze wall. They're engulfed in flame and I'm a lot safer to try and hit them. Because if I just heal myself, they could combo me out of the heal and just knock me out. So they are always spooky. I need 60,000 monies, I think. So how much do we have right now? Almost enough. So what I should do is I should heal up and use Lucid Barrier in order to guarantee absorb some physical attacks here. You remember spending so much time leveling everything to max? Yep, I believe it. I've never actually done that when I was a kid. I only actually ever did a 100% run the first time I did it on stream. And on a technicality, I did a 100.99% run when I first did a 100% run. Because I mostly played it glitchless, with one exception. I got the mana sword early in order to level it up to 8.99 as well, which normally, the sword you can only level up to level 8. Because you actually have one less orb compared to every other weapon with the sword. Unless you glitch in an additional mana sword orb that allows you to get everything up to level 8.99, but because of how the weapon leveling system works in this game, where you only receive half the weapon experience rounded down from enemies, it effectively means... This should be enough money. Yeah, alright. It effectively means that you need to very carefully plan ahead and actually leave a character at 0 or basically at minimum level in order to actually level up all the weapons to 8.99. It's a very strange way, because from level 8 to level 8.99, for the most part there's basically no difference in what it does for you in terms of power. However, you only get one weapon experience per enemy killed, but only if that enemy has a sufficiently high level, or you share weapon experience from other characters. Which just kind of makes everything awkward. Why am I here again? It's the wrong place. I mean, I just did everything as 100% as I could think of. So that's why it's 100.99%. Brain, where are we going? Right, the sunken continent. Which I never remember where it is. It's not here. There it is. You are thinking, wow, yeah, going back to this place must be some kind of secret tech. No, I'm just lost in explanation and thought, and autopilot decides to go there for some reason. What? Oh, 65,500. Hey, it's fine, we can sell some... I did a thing again! I didn't equip the armor pieces that I bought earlier. Yeah, I forgot to equip it. Whoops. Oh wow, these magical armors are actually worth a lot of money. I could have sold those earlier, potentially, to get all the money we needed. I mean, I thought, yeah, these chicken foot or whatever they're dealing a ton of damage. And I knew they'd deal a ton of damage because that's just what they do. But it didn't register with me that they were dealing too much damage compared to that. So, whoops. That's why all subsequent RPGs say don't forget to equip it. I mean, that's just how it works. Either way, this is such an insane defense upgrade that we should be largely fine now. Most enemies cannot touch me anymore. Is it safe to sell equipped armor without causing weird armor deletion glitches? I think so. Probably. Like, I've never seen a glitch happen with selling equipment, only for trashing it while you have it equipped. In this game, who knows? I mean, there could be stuff associated with it, but the reason why stuff glitches out is because of the coordinates of the trash can in your inventory. So, since there's no trash can present, I'm not sure whether that matters. Either way. Upgrading the spear to the dragon lance, my favorite weapon. Well, mostly favorite weapon. I just really like it. Also... Wait, hold up. I just realized I need a ranged weapon. Well, I don't need it, but it's probably sensible to have one for the dragon. Specifically for the fire dragon. I think the elf's harpoon will do. Should I level it up beforehand? It would be also quite sensible. So, I'm going to make a small detour here. So, there's one particular dragon in the Pure Lands that is a gigantic menace if you need to take him down with physical weapons. And that menace is the Red Dragon. He basically flies over high ground, and as long as he is on the high ground or inside walls, the game just considers him to be, well, on a higher Z-axis than your characters, so your melee weapons cannot hit him, most of the time. Unless you lure him into a very particular spot and just hit him at the right time. With a ranged weapon that is significantly easier to accomplish because projectiles can hit over different heights, so to speak, for the game's purposes. Oh, good night, Hoppy. Thank you for dropping by. Let me just real quick level up my javelin. So these enemies here only give half the weapon experience because they're too low level. But because I'm one-shotting them, it doesn't really matter. It's still way faster to level this by hitting these enemies than any other way. Hello, welcome to Krozar. And welcome to you, Black Shadow. I'm better, not good yet, but thank you. I hope you have a fun stream as well. Welcome to you. Wait, hold up. Does the elf's harpoon give +5 intelligence as well? Or actually +1. Sorry, I'm just curious, because I know the elven bow gives +1 intelligence and wisdom, so slightly increases your magic power. I'm just curious if the elf's harpoon does the same. Knuckles, gloves. Pull dart, here we go. Yep, that one also gives +1 intelligence and wisdom. So the same as the elven bow. Or the chakra hand. Then again, the chakra hand is just available slightly earlier. Which is why if you want to really optimize, that technically is optimal, I guess. Javelin is level 1. Do you even need to wait for 100%? That is a good question. Mostly, I think I can shoot at like 80%. Oh, no. I think I might have to. Even for the rabbits. When I'm higher level, I actually don't need to wait for 100%, but the drop off for not attacking with 100% energy is so steep that it's just kind of ingrained in my muscle memory that I have to wait. Yeah, it's a pretty dramatic difference. But it's true, in later stages of like 100% runs, I can just attack way quicker. But also simultaneously, one thing I actually didn't know for a long time is the higher level you are, the more agility you have, and agility also helps you with your energy restoration. It basically restores your energy, stamina at the bottom, slightly faster than before. Very slightly. And basically the increase is so gradual that I never noticed it when I played the game. Because you just level up, so everything just feels slightly different, and you just recover your energy ever so slightly faster each level. It's an almost 90% drop off, it is. It's one of those things where you don't notice until you start the game again. Oh, that's the funny thing, I didn't notice until Stinger told me. Oh yeah, also agility makes your stamina charge faster, and it's like, wait, really? That's when I was still actively speedrunning the game. I just like, what? When did I miss that part? Also, my goal is level 4, by the way. I could use the javelin, actually, instead of the boomerang. Actually, any opinions on whether I should use the javelin or the boomerang for the mana beast? It's one or the other. Haven't seen Stinger in forever. True. I hope he's doing well. Not sure what he's up to these days. Hello. Is there a reason we want to use the javelin instead of the boomerang? Not really. Style points, I guess. The boomerang is easier to use. Because for the boomerang you can use like 4 or 5 different charge levels that have double hits. For the javelin I think it's specifically level 5 or 6. I never remember which one it is. Actually I think it's level 5, so you actually don't get as much extra damage out of it compared to leveling up the boomerang instead. But it's not that big of a difference. In fact, leveling up the boomerang one higher level might take longer than the mana beast fight takes additionally. I've never really timed it out because I'm not technically running these against time, if that makes sense. The javelin is closer to the spear, so you're done for that. I mean, having an arbitrary opinion is actually perfect, because then you're not deciding based on what you know is or isn't good, then you're just deciding on what you think might be neat. And I think that's great. Level 4. I should just go level 5 in that case. Let's go Javelin. Actually, I'm gonna check real quick. If it's level 4... No, I'm still going Javelin. It's fine. Yep, alright, that's fine. It's kind of interesting that the sound effects just take precedence over the game music. There's just not enough sound channels for the Super Nintendo. There's just always instruments cutting out of the music, which is a bit unfortunate. Which, by the way, if you play the Secret of Mana randomizer, one of the options is that the in-game music takes precedence over the sound. Also, Moppleton implemented a lot of other SNES games and also not SNES games titles music into the randomizer too. It's great. In a perfect world we would get a Trials of Mana style remake for Secret of Mana. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So the thing about the cut content for Secret of Mana, it is my impression, and I don't technically know that the cut content that was not implemented into Secret of Mana just kind of was basically used as ideas for other games like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy games and such. Because I would guess that a lot of these things were just concepts but never really like properly implemented to begin with. Alright, level 5, let's check. You want the Moon Palace? True, Moon Palace would definitely be one of those things. This is it. Okay, level 5 charge attack is the double hit. Yeah, Moon Palace would definitely be one of those, that's true. Because you just kind of feel like there's something missing, similarly to the Wind Palace. Because Wind Palace you have your weapon out. Why? Like there's definitely some cut stuff. But again, my impression is that a lot of things are just in other games at this point, so it's kind of difficult to put it back together. Unless you do it kind of like Saga Frontier, I suppose. Wait. I want to recover my MP, that way I don't have to revive the other guys. Alrighty, we are fully armored up. We have a Javelin level 5, which is going to be very helpful in at least one of the boss fights in the Pure Lands. But first, we'll have to deal with one of the big reasons why I'm actually getting full armor before I even go much further into the Pure Lands. The Dragon Worm is arguably one of the most dangerous bosses to fight if you don't have basically fully upgraded armor for the time where you are in the game. Because that thing is just mean. It casts spells at all times and just likes to really mess you up with its pretty strong and fast attack pattern. Also, Acid Storm does reduce my physical defense, so I'm just gonna engulf them in flames so that doesn't happen. Plus they're weak to fire. Actually, I'm still engulfed. I'm still having my defenses reduced, by the way. So I'm going to wait until that wears off before I enter here. Level 41. Nice. I can buff up in the meantime. Through this door is going to be the next boss. But Acid Rain needs to wear off first. The shrinking ability is messing up everything. Yup, that basically just reduces your defense, and because of how he attacks, it tends to just straight up murder you. It's kind of silly. Alright. Did my defense down wear off? I might have missed the checkbox, but it also lasts a really long time because it's a high level acid rain. I will see. You always consider the average for this area. It is not particularly difficult if you have the armor. Okay, defense down is gone. So, my defenses, generally speaking, are high enough that he is not going to be able to deal any damage to me. As long as he doesn't pick me my character. As soon as he pygmies my character, I'm in grave danger. Also, trying to hit him is kind of an ordeal. I just don't want to get rolled over by his attack where he opens his mouth and closes it again, because that's when it gets dangerous. Nice hit. Almost max damage. So this was an opportunity for him to turn me into a pygmy character. All this rock slide deals a little bit of damage, but more importantly it just makes me stay in place and I can't do anything for a bit, when he could just roll over me. So I hope that doesn't happen. Also, the reason why I did not hit here is either because, well, I have about a 20% chance to miss at this point with my levels, or he probably was on high ground on the tree stump over there, so I actually did not hit him because of the vertical axis that is kind of difficult to understand in this game, really. Okay. Increasing my critical hit chance again. I'm intentionally not losing Lunar Boost here, by the way, because it reduces... or basically it guarantees that he always lands high damage rolls on me, which would probably go through my defense. And that's kind of when it gets dangerous. So I deal a bit less damage. Well, that's not even necessarily true. I guess it's still basically max damage right here. So there's no need to increase my damage beyond that. Alright, I did not catch on to that Varlocar. Nice. A mean is average. Right. Oh. Ooh, that was lucky. He did not pick me. I'm not sure why he failed. But I got lucky. Nice. And we get an axe orb. Now we can stop Stinky. Rude, but actually kind of convenient. Alright, would you like to save? Yes, please. Thank you. So next up, what I want to do is pygmy my characters. Once again, while my character is pygmied, the spell animations are cut short and I can cast spells more quickly. And the next boss over here I'm actually going to knock out with Salamander spells, because the Snow Dragon is weak to fire. One of the few times at this point where we can still use spells in order to knock out an enemy reliably. Swoogie! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. I saw you started playing Sea of Stars. How do you like it? Mr. Swoogie, how's it going? Also, this guy likes to occasionally just use like a wing attack, which is a physical attack that is... I don't know how to avoid it. That's the short version, so I'm actually unpygmying my character before healing myself or healing my MP. Because if he uses that and I get hit by it while I'm still pygmied, it hits like a truck. Oh, Maki Makes. Thanks for the gifts up to Swoop. That's really nice of you. It's amazing, such a charming game. Highly recommend so far. Nice. Yeah, it's one of those that I would like to play sometime, but I need to get back to being a streamer in a sense, rather than just trying to recover, if you will. But I'm exactly doing that right now, so I consider that a success today. Also, I could pygmy myself here again, but again, I actually don't properly know these guys' patterns. So it's just safer to slow cast the spells instead. How have I been? Well, let's put it this way. About 3 months ago, I had some physical issues that spiraled into a panic attack, and I basically couldn't do anything regular for about 2 months. Which is why I didn't stream, basically. But at this point, we're getting back to normal. So I think that's good. I should try Dimension on my own time. I already have the game, so I should try to look into it sometime. I think actually it's still on my old PC, isn't actually on my laptop, because I'm using an emulator for it. I mean, stuff just happens. It gives you perspective on life and makes you appreciate what you have. At least it did that for me. Because I'm in the lucky area here where I have a really good support system, so that is super lucky, and it was mostly just mental stuff for me, like the physical things were the trigger for my issues, if you will, but the mental issues were basically the big deal. Then again, it kind of spiraled into more physical stuff too, so yeah, no. Either way, the short version is we're getting there. And I think I'm pretty lucky to be around here and have a really nice stream where every time I stream, everybody's just really welcoming. So, yeah. Alrighty. I actually forgot about this guy, but this is also one of the bosses where it's really handy to have a ranged weapon. This poor guy has less than 2000 HP, by the way, so 2 max damage roll attacks would just knock it out, but I don't have quite that much attack power. Thank you, everybody. Can you mini parry breath up wing attack? You can... kind of. It's just the wing attack is pretty fast, so you would need to react either beforehand or just in time. Again, it's one of those cases where I'm not as familiar with the Dragon AI as I'm with a lot of other bosses and things in this game. So you could, kind of like any other physical attack, if you just like use a candy just before it hits you, you would probably deny the damage from the breath wing. Uh-oh. That was silly, I should not have released the attack. The damage is negligible of Lava Wave. Lava Wave deals less damage than Fireball, despite costing 1 more MP, by the way. Good night. Mental stuff is always hard to deal with. It is. Makes me appreciate the people even more that basically have to deal with this more or less all the time, really. Like, sure, I technically have to deal with it all the time now, too. But it's not nearly as tricky, I argue, for me than it is for a lot of other people. But here we are. Could you guys please knock out, yes, that one and that one, thank you. Oh. Falchi, or Falchi, feel free to correct me. Thank you for subscribing, welcome to you. For 2 months. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, dragon on the left, but saving on the right. After diving into research on the topic, you believe very strongly that the distinction between mind and body when it comes to ailments is make-believe. I do not know really, personally, but at the very least there is a undeniably strong connection between the two that makes it effectively indistinguishable in a lot of cases. That's just kind of my experience so far. Alrighty, welcome to the big bad evil guy. This is the red dragon. If you try to knock this guy out with a physical attack, like the spear, or melee attack is what I mean, then he is a bit of a problem. Also, once again, elemental damage does not exist for weapons. For spells it does, but for weapons, elemental damage does not exist in this game. So, fire weapon actually deals slightly more damage because it's the highest level spell enchant I can put on my weapon. So, there's two problems with trying to hit this guy with weapons rather than spells. One, as soon as he begins, or actually slightly before he begins his attack, he is invulnerable for a brief moment, especially if he casts a spell. And if you want to hit him before he gets in range, it's really difficult to do that. But you can actually just run away a little bit. But the second part why a melee attack is extremely difficult to hit, as long as he is anywhere over these like middle pillars or the side walls, he is considered on high ground. So unless you are using a projectile attack like I'm doing right now with the javelin, he is ridiculously difficult to hit. And dragons just like swooping in and then attacking. Even though some of them are sometimes spooked off ghosts for some reason. Let me heal up. Am I going for the rare drop? I'm not really going for any rare drops here, as much as if I just get one along the way, I would take it. I guess this guy is not spooked of the ghosts, that's alright. I think he comes back in from the same direction he left. Different dragons have different patterns. This guy here, I'm pretty sure always comes back in from the side he left. So we'll come in from the left this time. I released that too early. Fire breath, this would engulf me in flames, so I can deny that by using remedy. Well, it's more like I just immediately cure it. Also, by the way, getting engulfed in fire removes my weapon buff. Exploder will deal a bit of damage, but thanks to the gauntlet, I have so much magic defense that it hardly matters. I missed. That would have been Exploder again, but we're good. By the way, in case you're wondering, the whip is... It is long range, but it's not considered a ranged weapon. So consequently, it is still bound to you needing to make sure that he is not on high ground when you're trying to attack him with the whip. Nice. Also, I'm reading up on chat a little bit here. How does this work with the Mana Dragon? You just need to deal enough damage to punch through its defense. I'll explain it once we get there, but that's kind of the short version. The Mana Dragon just has a crazy high amount of physical defense, which the Mana Sword normally can just punch through, but thanks to the buffs, the ladies should not have much trouble with that. Let's see. Comprehensive, a variety of intervention. I have to admit I'm not entirely sure I understand magical time being, but... Should I call you Ian? I guess it's up to you. You tell me. I think that makes sense. I'm just not entirely sure whether I understand. Thanks for the defense up, I appreciate it. Some of these enemies like to cast defense up, and sometimes it's on you. I don't know why. I think that's part of their AI script, where they just cast it on the wrong target and to get that cute question mark above their head. It's great. But yeah, I think it makes sense. You always thought all characters gain experience after the boss fight since they revive at the end of the fight? Yep, not in this game. He's casting a spell. And I cannot cast a spell because I'm silenced. Well, let's see. Okay, that's fine. Welcome to the Thunder Gigas. Blitz Breath is, I think, one of the strongest physical attacks that exist in the game. Short of the Dark Lich casting spells on you. So I try to deny the damage from the Blitz Breath. If you forge the mana sword, the lady can use it on the mana beast, no problem. Yes, that is accurate. Also, thank you for the Thunder Saber. You actually increased my damage. Again, clearly the intention is that you're not supposed to use the elemental weapon against the enemies, but practically, you just deal slightly more damage than before. Because elemental damage on weapons does not exist in the Super Nintendo version. Gonna guarantee my... Oh, that's the wrong thing. I meant to guarantee the crit. But yeah, if you glitch getting the mana sword early, make sure you do this after the Thunder Gigas. Because otherwise... Oh, thank you. Otherwise you will softlock the game here. Because the Thunder Gigas is the last boss that gives you a sword orb, and if the game tries to give you a weapon orb that you already have the maximum of, it just ends the script and it does not proceed with opening the doors, opening the teleports, or whatever is needed in order for you to continue to play in the game. That's fine, it's not much damage. Nice. And yes, the randomizer does fix that. Funnily enough, Mopolton, the creator of the randomizer, did not actually know that until I told him that it would be an issue in the randomizer too. At least I think that's how it worked. I might not be quite how it worked. That's just how I remember it. He might have just not thought about it, but he fixed it pretty quick. There's a render for this? Yes. I highly recommend checking out the randomizer, because the randomizer is not just one randomizer, it is like 5 randomizers at the same time. It is a randomizer for the vanilla game, flipping up stuff, and you just run through the game in, well, a randomized way. There's a randomizer for turning the game into like a roguelike, where you go through floors deeper and deeper until you fight the final boss. Kind of like the Ancient Cave in Lufia 2. There's a randomizer mode for Chaos, where just random rooms are stringed together and you just try to find your way through it. There's a randomizer mode for Open World, where you're given Flammy at the beginning of the game and you try to find all the tools you need in order to finish the game. It's great. My randomizer's in a trench coat. Yep, something like that. Alright guys, I need you to take a nap. Thank you. So this dragon here is significantly easier to deal with physical attack for two reasons. One, the arena is flat, mostly. At least if you stay in the center. And two, more importantly, his AI pattern is not as obnoxious as the fire dragon. Also, if you just stay exactly under the dragon, they tend to just stay here and not be able to hit you. I'm actually not entirely sure how that works, but sometimes it works. Also, by the way, the randomizer has a lot of quality of life features. Among other things, it actually makes certain spells work, for example speed up, which in this game basically does nothing, the original. Whereas in the randomizer, it actually speeds up your character. You're permanently running and it recharges your... or charges up your... well, charge attacks way faster. It's really good actually. Don't do it. You know, I didn't realize I could just stand under you and hit you like this. I wonder whether that would work for the red dragon as well. If I just stood there in this particular spot. It roots Mechrider. True. Oh yeah, it does fix Evil Gate. It actually works on bosses. In fact, it's really good on bosses now. Because it works on them. Because in this, the original Evil Gate, for anybody who does not know, is a spell from the sprite, which deals percentage-based damage based on the enemy's current HP, which, considering that in a lot of cases you can just cast a single spell and one-shot the enemy, it's not useful. And on bosses specifically, it always deals 1 damage. So it basically is mostly useless. It just has a really nice animation. That's kind of all it is good for. But in the randomizer you can actually use it against bosses, and it is pretty good in a lot of cases. Alrighty, we have arrived at the end of the Pure Lands. I have chopped 213 logs so far. That reminds me. What is homophony? Or is it homopony? So yeah, by the way, if I did not pick up any sword orbs so far in the game in any of the chests, this is where I would get a fully powered sword, which means I could upgrade it all the way to the dragon sword. You can never upgrade it to the mana sword here. Homophone, word that sounds like another word but means something different. Oh, I see. That's neat. I do actually really appreciate your creativity in those items for the food box. And words that are both homographs and homophones are called homonyms. Okay. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Without fail, every time. For you as a kid, this event was almost as impactful as the I'm your father from Darth Vader. Interesting. Honestly, I don't remember. Actually, hold up. What I do remember is that in our very first playthrough, I did not get to play the Pure Lands. Because I think I was on vacation or something like that. And my siblings continued playing and were at the Mana Fortress again, so I completely missed this one on the first playthrough. So I don't have an impression of this. I just remember being extremely upset about the sprite not being around anymore at the end of the game after the credits roll. Alrighty, hello. So, we're gonna upgrade the Javelin. I think that's all I need. I mean, maybe just in case I decide to use the Boomerang. I probably won't use the Boomerang. Shuriken. Shuriken has increased crit rate. It's not much increase, but it's slightly increased. You could say while he's gone, he will always be there in spirit. Maybe. It reminded you of ending of Mystic Quest for the Game Boy, Final Fantasy Adventure, and it made sense. Yeah, I never played that. I was not allowed to have a Game Boy until the Pokemon hype became too much, and I think I was begging a bit too much at the time. I got a Game Boy Color, man. I was only allowed to play it in the living room, so I couldn't just sneak it out. Which I think is fair. Because I would be that kind of kid who just plays it all the time. Probably was a good thing for me to, well, not be able to do that. I need Southtown, there we go, that's what I'm looking for. Hello? Oh my goodness. Wrong way! Oh, there it is, this is what I'm looking for. Alright everybody, so some of you have noted that you had the experience with, well, this game where as a kid, some of your characters just mysteriously disappeared while you were playing through this game, specifically usually in the sewers, it is noted. And let me introduce to you how this works. But first of all, I need to give my characters a little bit of defense so they don't get one shot. And I'm not entirely sure what defense levels I need for this anymore, so might need a little bit of experimenting. Should open up the world map that takes a minute to load. Yeah, that's why I don't do it. But then again, it might be interesting for some people to know that there is a world map you can open like that. Alrighty, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to give both the boy and the sprite a little bit of defense. Hopefully just enough that they survive one hit from the blue slimes, but not too much so they still do get hit by the blue slimes. Wait, you couldn't equip that? He cannot equip silver armor. Alright. We'll figure it out. Surely once the sprite is gone. 9 damage on the boy. That's probably going to knock him out on the slimes. Alrighty, so order of operations. The way I'm going to do this, basically, in order to make a character disappear, you want your characters to be turned into a snowman, and with specific timing, you can remove the snowman status with a medical herb, which means for a brief period they can run around as a snowman, and what that does for them is they will suddenly, somehow, be able to move around as a snowman, and snowmen are not supposed to move around. And consequently, certain animations, like if I push against this enemy, you have a pushing animation. And if you push an enemy while you are a snowman into a top right corner specifically, usually works. Let's see. Hit him, please. There, this should work. The sprite will just straight up disappear right here. Boom, goodbye sprite. Right, let me... So the sprite is gone from the party, literally permanently gone. Let me go ahead and briefly unequip the sprite here. Wait, this sprite had the gold armor equipped. So basically the sprite technically still has the gold armor equipped, at least for the game's purpose, even if there's no icon here. So in order to equip the gold armor on the boy, I needed to swap it over to the lady first. So now I'm gonna do the same thing with the boy. Nice, that worked out flawlessly so far. And boom, both of them are gone. This is what we call putting people into snowman's land. They are on vacation now. Welcome to the True Solo Cactus Challenge Run. Now I need to not forget to equip my armor again, because that would be less than ideal if I didn't. There's no way to get them back. There's absolutely no way to get the boy back, to my knowledge. Technically, you could use the menu overflow glitch, the thing that is used for the true any percent category, in order to get the sprite back, I think. I'm not sure about that. You might be able to call like certain events where the sprite just rejoins your party. I don't think you can do this for the boy, but I've actually never tried. Neither for the sprite nor for the boy for that matter. Have I tried, that is. Alrighty. Let's go to the final fortress here. That's one heck of a glitch, yup. If you were unlucky enough to experience this and have the sprite or the lady get abducted by the snowman's land glitch, the lady might return to you. Because she's actually technically removed in the cutscene in the North Ruins. So she will actually be re-added to your party right afterwards, so you might be lucky in that, and I think somebody mentioned that earlier. However, if this happens to you with the boy, he's permanently gone, but simultaneously you can still play through the entire game like that. It's just probably a little bit more difficult than the casual playthrough is intended. But if the sprite is gone, then unless you know how to skip a variety of things, you will not be able to finish the game. Which is quite unfortunate. A pond, thank you. Thank you so much for 82 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. It's fun to exchange weapons between these players. It is. So the thing is, I can't do this because I used a rather minor glitch in order to give them a boomerang. And I actually can't exchange weapons with them because they don't have a weapon equipped. But if I were to equip a weapon that the others have, it would just exchange with them off screen, which is kind of neat. Also, can I just say that having to babysit the AI control cactus the entire run in order for them to not get stuck everywhere, it's quite liberating to just be able to run around like this without having to worry about them all the time. It's really nice. The sword has a slightly faster swing than the axe, but for some reason if you are breaking some of these green things when facing up, the axe gets a double hit, so it's more efficient to do that. It's one of the best quality of life features in the randomizer. I think so, yes. Alrighty, should I... Do I go straight through or do I just knock out the first two bosses here? Let me just knock out the first... Now we go straight through. So, I could either use Lucent Beam on Buffy here, or I can use physical attacks. Lucent Beam is super effective against him because he's weak to light, but it costs a tremendous amount of MP and I would, well, prefer to go back outside in order to restock my supplies. So instead I'm going to use physical attacks, which are a fair bit slower, especially if he decides to fly around, because I literally can't hit him when he does that. He has to be jumping around. But generally speaking, this works decently well, as long as he comes down occasionally. Jump, 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 jump. That's a physical attack. I have Lucid Barrier up so that it absorbed it. Jump. And he's casting a spell now. I think you can sort of somewhat tell which spell he's casting, but I never remember. Is that freeze? No, that was Dispel Magic. Dispel Magic does not dispel my crit buff, by the way. But it does dispel my Lucid Barrier. Basically, whenever I'm hitting him while he is jumping around and he gets into his ouch animation, if I'm far enough away from him, he will do the high jump. If I'm close enough, he will do his poisonous arm swipe. Or if I'm in front of him, he will grab me and try to eat me. The grabbing and eating, as well as the poisonous claw swipe, are not as desirable because for the high jump I can still do stuff. I'm actually gonna deny the spell cast by casting Analyzer, and I was kind of hoping that he would continue jumping around here. Oh, come on, you need to do one more jump. That works. I missed. 20% chance to miss, probably. I actually don't know the numbers at this level, but I will guess it's about a 20% chance to miss. Unfortunately, Secret of Mana does not tell you whether a spell can miss or not. You just kind of need to learn that in some capacity. You know what I could do? I could cast Wall on myself in order to reflect his spell. Which is kind of funny. That is not a spell, but it kind of works. Doing a high jump now. I can hit him once. Just barely twice. High jump again. Hit him again. I also stay below him because that way he doesn't zip around as much. Ouch. Alright, we're gonna use Lucid Barrier here again. Thank you for jumping again. There we go, we got him. Bomb. But yeah, if I were to spam Lucent Beam against him, he would be dead very, very fast. But it would also deplete most of my very wanted resources. Why didn't it reflect onto him? I casted Wall after he cast Freeze, so the Freeze still technically connected with my character rather than anything else. So that's the reason why the Freeze didn't do anything, or didn't repel. And afterwards he didn't actually cast any more spells. Oh wait, Dispel Magic specifically dispels Wall. So I forgot about that part, he did that too. So yeah, that I think that's happened. I missed. So these guys love to cast Cure Water on themselves while they are at full HP. My belief is that... Ooh, chest. Hold up. My belief is that these Wolf Lords used to have more maximum HP, and their AI script tells them to heal based on... Ferris Ring. It's actually not as good as the Gauntlet. Alright. Basically, I think their AI script tells them to heal once they are below a certain threshold of HP, but because their maximum HP is below that threshold now, they just always heal themselves as soon as they get on screen. At least I think that's what's happening. I'm actually not sure. It might be intentional. We count that drop towards the 100% run. That's the common drop, by the way, the Fairy Ring. I was more laughing that I avoided the trap, which is not a guarantee. Alright, let's see. I'm worried that I'm going to get overwhelmed by the tsunamis coming from above, but I do want to recover my MP here. Alright, because this boss here is genuinely relatively dangerous. The lady has a guaranteed way of dealing with it by casting Wall, but unfortunately Wall I think only reflects 2 spells. Let's see. So the problem about this guy is, this is Threat Slime. He has a ton of HP, it's like, what, 4,500, 5,000, something along those lines. And importantly, he loves to spam Acid Rain. And the problem is, he has infinite MP. Part of his AI script allows him to just recover his MP back to full. So, and because he will just continuously spam Acid Rain, he can actually just combo you from 100% HP down to your doom, if you're unlucky for him to just continuously use Acid Rain as a solo character. So I want to keep up Wall in order for him to repel the damage. Thankfully you can stack damage onto him, but I need to actually increase my damage here a little. What I should have done is I should have also used... Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Repel magic once. I should have used my attack up ability here. Lunar Boost is called. Because Lunar Boost does help quite a bit here, since he does not attack you physically, the reduced evasion does not matter. You can chain in damage into spells at the very tail end of spells, but it's kind of specific. Also, me casting these buff spells is kind of dangerous, rather than just repeatedly putting Wall back up. Like, this is genuinely the last dangerous boss at this point. Thankfully, he does reduce his own defense by 20%, 25%, whichever number it is. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. It's real spooky. By the way, the mana beast can do something similar. Big boy indeed. Gonna heal up with a chocolate here. I don't know how much HP is remaining. But I can't buff myself because I have wall active. One reflect. Two reflects. You can cast reflect and reflect and you give your enemies reflect. Alrighty, we're good. The underlying plot of Secret of Mana is ultimately a princess going to the ends of the earth and sky to save her boyfriend, so this solo run is more allure friendly. We can go with that, although I do believe she's not a princess, just a noble lady. Which, to be fair, I don't think really makes much of a difference. If both get reflect, does it hit you again? No, not in this game. It only ever reflects once. Was I technically should wait until my reflect or my lower defense wears off, since I did get hit by acid rain. Oh, it already wore off. But I am reasonably confident in running through this area, although I haven't done this in a while. Yeah, we're good. These Master Ninjas are actually pretty terrifying if you try to fight them while they have Stone Saber active, because they can petrify you, reduce your HP by half, and even if you are at level 99, with the best possible equipment, they can still one-shot you because they can crit. And it's kinda rude, but then again, it's kind of rude whenever I crit them, I would guess too. Uh-oh. Let me just not get hit by that, please. Alright, we should be good here. It's always funny to me. There's 3 gigantic knights just guarding the entryway to the big bad guy. They cast their buff spells and you just pass them. Alrighty. How do I want to handle Dark Lich? I think I'm just first of all going to... I'm actually gonna use Wall. He might be the mayor, which is funny when the king lives right outside his town. Weird flex, but okay, maybe. Do the hand rave. Let's see if we can set it up. Alrighty. We should be fine. She's actually Pokemon trained, trying to catch a Psyduck, or something like that. I see. She is the opposite of Misty. Welcome to the second to last boss fight. This is the Dark Lich. He, I think, always alternates between casting a physical attack and then a spell. And I think he starts with a physical attack. Confuse Hoops is kinda dangerous because I will not be able to cast spells afterwards. It should be fine though. Wait, who are you casting that on? What? I think he casted it on the non-existent boy. I don't think I've seen that one. So then he casts this. This is going to deal 1 damage to him. Oh. Can we do the headbang? He's not a smart lich, nope. He casted it on Snowbody. Oh, come on. Poke up your head. Poke up your head, dude. Come on. Head. There we go. So, this is dangerous, but I have barrels. And I think I got it. I did not get it. Come on. Head poke, please. I need to not walk up and... Ah, that's too far to the right. I goofed. By the way, these hands, if they hit me, it did both knock me unconscious and deal like 200, 300 damage. So most likely I would be dead if I get hit by them. So let's not have that happen. Ah. I'm just gonna stay in barrel form for now. Because this entirely circumvents any physical attacks. Oh, nice. Come on, give me the head poke again, please. I promise I'm going to stay in the center this time. Aww. Physical attack, I'm just gonna wait until he does that. Balloon ring, barrel is blocking all of his attacks there. I have 1 more wall charge, by the way. Come on! Do the headbang. Yeah, the barrel is stronger than you. Okay. There goes my wall. Never mind. Balloon ring. It should be fine. Oh. Uh oh. It's not fine. This is a really long stun. Dispel magic, there goes my wall, but it goes away, so we might be fine here. Come on, headbang, please. Ah, come on. Okay, what are you casting? Petrify beam, as long as I think that might hit me. Very good. As long as we're not in the way, we're generally fine. That was a crit for 3 damage. This is why I normally want to charge up my attacks. Evil Gate will never kill me, but it's still inconvenient if it hits. So I'm going to give myself Lucid Barrier, denying the physical attack. Dark Force would deal a decent amount of damage. Leaden Glare. I managed to avoid the Dark Force by opening the menu and casting a spell, so I'm actually gonna just cast Analyzer on him, just to lock him in place for a second. Because I need to recover MP here. Aw, there goes my charge attack. Rude. Okay. Come on, go in the other face, buddy. It's really awkward to deal with you without that. It's gonna cast a spell again, so I'm gonna cast Wall to reflect spells. That would be Dark Force, but yeah. Petrify Beam, as long as I stay approximately here, he is always going to miss. Alrighty. I'd like to request a headbang, please. Oh, this is not good. This is not the attack I want right now. Oh, come on. He's gonna do a physical attack. Balloon ring. Can deny it by casting Remedy on myself. Oh. I forgot about the part where I had wall and reflected Remedy. He also forgot about that part. Then again, I don't think he knew in the first place. Ow. No. I'm releasing the attack over here because I do not wanna get caught in this. Like, this is a genuinely dangerous boss fight. If I make mistakes, I'm very quickly dead. And what do you look at this? We have Dryad level 2. And he just dark gated himself. Fuse hoops is fine. The problem about this is I can only set up the headbang safely if I use the barrel. And I can't use a barrel while I have a charge attack going. Alright, he's going the other way again. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick charge here. Quick charge, basically I use the target system that is normally supposed to be for the AI control characters. In order to... missed. Immediately charge out of the menu. It's gonna cast a spell... I want to cast Lumina again. He just healed himself and dealt damage to himself for the same amount. Pigmas Glare. For the 8 MP, I have one fairy walnut. I'm really worried that this would not be sufficient, so I'm not gonna use it. Come on. Give me the headbang, please. Evil Gate is never gonna kill me, but still deals a good chunk of damage. I have time to heal. Come on, please. Headbang. Okay. I might be slightly too far to the side. I think I'm too far over. I was too far over. No, come back! Do the thing again. Okay, less than ideal, but we survive. Headbang, please. Okay. Alright. So, he is in an AI loop now. Finally managed to get it, but this is not a guarantee. This does not necessarily work, because he can sometimes escape out of this. So, what I'm going to do is something that I don't usually do. I'm going to make a save state, because it is really late over here, and I'd like to try and get this done today. So, I think we won't need this, but just in case. So, here's the thing. I could just try to swing at him over and over again until we get critical hits. And this should be fine in order to eventually knock him out like this, but it's gonna be really slow. So, what I kind of want to do instead is use charge attacks. But those have a different issue entirely. They take a while. So what I also like to do is use menus to cast spells, but here's the problem. Sometimes when I open and close the menu, he can escape from this. You might have seen him slow down there briefly. That's the spooky part. He might be able to escape from that. But aside from that, we should be able to do this here. This usually works, but not always. Also, I'd like to say that this is probably my favorite type of music track in a game for a boss fight. Like, it's not necessarily my favorite music or the best music for that matter, but it's just really iconic and fitting. I think it's fantastic. Is the charge bar black because of a glitch or because they removed literally all flashing effects from the mini? No, the charge bar this is a glitch. This just kind of sort of happens. And I don't know why. Also, I only want to use level 4 attacks because level 6 is going to spin me in a circle, which is really bad for me. Level 5, I think, makes me go a step forward, which is also kind of unhealthy right now. Because I want to keep him in this AI loop, so I don't want to move. Did anybody keep track of how much HP he has? Should I use another crit modifier? Usually when it works once, it's fine to open up the menu, but it's not guaranteed. Alright, we're good. Thank you for the good luck, and good luck in catching the train. Hopefully it doesn't escape too quickly. About 2,500 to 3,800 damage. Alright, that would take a while if I don't use more crits. By the way, once again, Seeker of Mana unfortunately does not tell you, but whenever you connect your weapon with the hitbox of an enemy and they have evasion, it just kind of rolls a dice as to whether you hit or not. And some people rightfully say that this game has really janky hitboxes, but it's not for the reason that they think. Very frequently, enemies are in states where they literally can't get hit to begin with, or where you just roll the dice and you miss because of the dice roll. So that's quite unfortunate when that happens. Alrighty. Similarly, I will make a save state for the Mana Beast coming up, because that thing is also super sketchy to try and take down in a Solo Cactus Challenge run. It's usually fine, but I have actually less resources than, well, usual, because I did not go outside and restock after Dread Slime. Alright, I apologize. I don't like doing this actually, but I feel like it's necessary to do. Alrighty, we can load up on this, and once again, kind of as I mentioned before, we're going to be using the Javelin. The level 5 charge attack of the Javelin has both a melee portion and a ranged attack portion, meaning I can attack twice with it on enemies that you can double tap. Dark Lich, for example, you could not double tap, but you could double tap on the Dread Slime, for example. So there's always kind of that question whether you should or should not try, let's put it this way. Either way, we're going to be casting this in order to deny the physical damage coming in from the Mana Beast, and I will be using elemental spells to buff my weapon to get slightly more damage. By the way, this is my favorite song right here. This one. It just kind of tells a story by itself. And it only plays right now, exactly here. I think it's great. That JDQ run was a while ago. Alright, welcome to the final boss. So, as some people might think, and for a good reason, a lot of people think that you cannot damage the mana beast without the mana sword. But the reality of the situation is the mana sword just has a ridiculously high attack power and punches straight through the mana beast's defense. The mana beast does have 450 defense, which means unless you specifically deal at least 450 damage with one individual attack swing, you do not deal damage at all to this thing. So that's a bit of a problem. I'm using Flame Saber to very slightly increase the damage of my weapon, and I start charging my attack. I should have used Lunar Boost. Either way, what I'm gonna do here is I want to hit my physical portion of the Javelin toss and the Javelin itself. One hit, and it immediately will cast Wall here. Alright, I hit twice, so that's about 1000-ish damage. This thing has 9990 HP, if somebody wants to keep track. And the reason why I'm not casting a spell... Actually, I remember. Let me pick me up. The reason why I'm not casting a spell is because the Mana Beast can chain cast Lucent Beams and just straight up kill you. As a solo character, that is. So I'm basically just being very cautious here. Also, undoing Pygmy status to avoid the damage here. Unfortunately, it does mean I have to recast my Flame Saber again. Because the Pygmy status effectively equips a different weapon, if you will. But yeah, the reason why I also Pygmy my character is, if I get hit by a Lucent Beam, the Pygmy characters have a much quicker recovery time, kind of like they have not as much animation when casting a spell. They also have a much quicker recovery time. Alrighty, so this is also increasing my damage here. Although I think it's mostly maxed out already. This is gonna deal a bit of damage here too. Oh, wow, okay, never mind. The Lucid Barrier still was stable enough to hold there. Right. Hit number 2. 700. Pick me again. 700, alrighty, that's about 2400-ish. Okay, managed to deny the damage. So opening the menu after Lucent Beam hits is by no means guaranteed. And the way I deny damage is by using an item on myself, in this case the Pygmy Hammer, and I use it twice so I stay Pygmy instead of reverting, so to speak. So the first few times I actually thought the Mana Beast here as a solo character, I did not realize it could just straight up kill me with Lucent Beams, and I just kept charging up my attacks during the fight over and over again, because I mean, why not? It kinda makes sense, right? Because then you can deal more damage while the Mana Beast is available. But later on I learned that that is actually kind of a dangerous thing to do, to say the least, and they can very easily kill you. Did that hit the shield? I think I denied it. Alright. I use Lucid Barrier in order to deny the damage from this attack, so I can charge up while it is incoming. Very nice. Also, here I'm going to pick me, and Lunar Energy has run out, so my crits are gone. But I'm just gonna wait, playing it safe here. Yeah, you caught the end. Eldrist! Thank you so much for a crazy long time of 95 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. At this point I think we are just pretty much safe from the Mana Beast's attack when it doesn't cast any spells for this long. Like, it usually doesn't cast Lucent Beams this quickly, or this frequently. But it sometimes does, and that is kind of what I'm here to circumvent, if you will. Lucid Barrier to absorb physical damage. Flame Saber to increase my physical damage very slightly. Lunar Boost to increase my physical damage by quite a bit. 20% or 25%, I never remember. Then we charge up the attack again. Will silence prevent spell casting on a mana beast? I never tried that. That is a very interesting question. I think silence does not work on bosses. I'm pretty sure silence doesn't work on bosses. But not entirely sure. Also, I completely lost track of how much damage I did so far. So, we're probably about halfway through. Uh-oh. Alright, I got the menu again. Very nice. Again, I used the Mitch Mana twice because I want to stay Pigmate, and got it again. So this is a tiny window of opportunity to open up the menu. But it allows me to deny the damage. So I should have a bunch of Lunar Boosts still going. My Lucid Barrier should also still be holding. Actually, it might not, now I think about it. We still have... Wait, no, I don't have a Fairy Walnut anymore. That was my last one. So the MP I have is all I have. Uh-oh. So I should probably not worry about Flame Saber anymore. And I don't want to recast the other spells as frequently as I tend to do. You don't want to hurt Flammy? I mean, this is not Flammy, technically speaking. Of course, the catch is, it largely doesn't matter whether this is in fact Flammy or not, which it is not Flammy. Because when you defeat the Mana Beast, mana is set to disappear from the world, including all the mana creatures. That includes the sprite as well as, well, Flammy, I suppose, because it is largely made out of mana. That is so much less damage if I don't use Lunar Boost. Wow, I'm really surprised I'm getting that small window of opportunity every time so far. And as you can see, those Lucent Beams would just both deal a ton of damage and likely nuke me quite a bit. How much MP do I have left? 22. It's probably fine. I think Lunar Boost is absolutely worth it though. So I should cast Lunar Boost. Missed. Playing it safe. I was considering charging up again, but it's so dangerous. Wow. Uh-oh. 3 in a row. This would have killed me if I couldn't deny them. Even as a pygmy, because they were frequent or too quick in succession. Angry, very angry. This is going to deal damage to me here, but that's gonna be alright. This second attack is not as strong as the Fire Breath. Oh, it did not deal damage to me. Oh. Okay. Either way, I would survive one full hit anyways. Alright. One hit. Got a double hit. Uh-oh. This is not Pigmeat. Alright. I mean, it was not Pigmeat in terms of sprite. We would have survived. I underestimate Lucent Barrier? I do. Because I'm used to being here without armor. Either way, I don't want to cast Lucent Barrier anymore, because I feel like I just want to preserve the resources for damage increase instead. Oh, I guess it's gonna be high damage roll here usually, huh? So it might still deal a good chunk of damage. 78. I'm pretty sure that was partially absorbed by the Lucid Barrier. Ooh, that's an early one. Okay. I wanna attack with the little guy just to, you know, box to the music, but that's not a good idea. It's gonna cost me my critical hits that don't deal any damage. I might as well use a candy to heal, just to be at full HP, since I'm gonna take the second hit here. I pretend it's hard to dodge loose memes just to build hype. I recommend you try it. It's genuinely a tiny frame window. And I'm not timing it, I'm mashing the button. And I'm only mashing about 10 to 11 times a second. Ow. That's so much damage. So the chance of me getting it is anything but guaranteed. Uh-oh. That's the wrong item. Oh my goodness. Is it better to heal now? I think it's better to heal now. This is going to heal me once the spell is through. So I'm just gonna delay it. What? Why did that attack? Wait, you can attack with that? I did not press the B button. Hold up, that's like a barrel attack. Ooh, missed it. Alright, we're gonna use Lucid Barrier again here. Lamp! Alright, use a chocolate to heal up to full. Unfortunately, it also not keep track of my critical hits, so I'm not sure how many I have left at this point. Maybe I should recast him too. A bit late now. When you have wall on yourself, the Mana Beast will cast Dispel Magic on you. Ooh, I have no crits remaining. Also, wall costs 6 MP, and I'm struggling with how much MP I have. Uh-oh. Okay. So yeah. Thank you for not killing me. just get a lucky crit. I mean, that might be what I have to rely on. When I did the solo cactus challenge with the sprite, I basically just kind of did that through the rest of the fight, more or less. Because I ran out of resources otherwise. Alright, I need critical hits. We have 4 MP remaining. I'm going to invest 2 here for Lunar Boost, and then I think I'm just gonna keep the remaining 2 for more critical hits at the end if I need them. Also, maybe I should continue charging here, even after the first one. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep charging. This is risky. Please don't kill me. Oh no. I can't deny this because I'm charging an attack. Oh boy, this is kind of stressful here. Heal up to full. Alright, the way I'm going to deny the damage here now is by using the Midge Mallet twice. Which will also deny the damage from this attack. The downside is, of course, I don't get the Lunar boost. There goes my Lucid Barrier. But I also don't take as much damage, because... Oh, we got him. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I didn't have to resort to the save states. Whew. Yeah, we had 2 MP remaining, which meant I get like 6 more critical hits after my current ones run out. That was just about good enough. Oh boy. You always remembered this fight being super easy with the boy just smacking for 999 a ton? Yes. That's if you give your boy crits and the mana sword and you can just swing. Fun fact, the glitchless speedrun of Secret of Mana is actually has a faster mana beast fight than the 1-player 2 controller with glitches. Just because it basically prepares for using that mechanic in particular. How much cheating do you need to do in order to be able to kill the mana beast with magic only? I think I calculated it at some point that you can get up to like 5,000 or 6,000 spell casts of damage. Because each spell will deal exactly 1 damage. The mana beast has 999 defense and there's no critical spell hits, so to speak. So you can never do more than 1 damage per spell. So the amount of spells you can cast is the amount you get. So, and I think I calculated at some point that you can do about 6,000 spell casts with all the glitches I know, where you fill up your inventory with equipment and use the equipment trashing glitch on fairy walnuts in your inventory, as well as use 1 MP absorb to absorb the MP from the lady to get it onto the sprite. So basically you need about 3,000 or more like 4,000 more spell casts beyond that. Can you not stack the spells to get past the defense barrier? No, the way spell damage is added up is each individual spell deals damage, and each individual spell calculates against defense. So it's not added before defense calculation. Also, you might notice the cutscenes are kind of weird because they are not like they should be. And the reason for this is the way the game normally scrolls the camera in the credits here is it gives control to the boy, the invisible boy to be specific in these scenes, and just kind of moves him across the screen in order to scroll the camera. This is kind of how the camera scroll actually works in every cutscene. The game just hides the boy behind the scenery, so to speak, and moves him across the screens. So because the boy is literally not in our party, the game tries to assign the boy the controller and move him across the screen, but he's not there. Consequently, the lady that is right now AI controlled cannot move the camera, because AI controlled characters cannot move the camera. It doesn't get to yeah, I mean, if you look at this credit sequence here, honestly, it looks kind of sad. She just kind of bumps into invisible walls everywhere, tries to walk through houses. She's basically a ghost right now, and just kind of standing alone in various places, occasionally meeting somebody, but mostly just kind of being held back by just invisible barriers and stuff. All my friends are gone. Don't worry, they are just taking a vacation in Snowman's Land. And now that it is snowing, they will come back in about 2 days' time. She's looking for her car. But yeah. Esgrun, thank you so much for 37 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. You're a little bit late. Just a little. Shoutouts to the German guidebook illustration of Watts, by the way, because that picture looks fantastic. I'm actually curious who drew that, if anybody knows. And look, I'm halfway inside the wall. Hooray. She's supposed to walk to the right and down to Neko, but yeah. Also, in case you would like to guess, is it going to be a half moon, a gibbous moon? Actually, is it going to be a crescent moon, a gibbous moon, or a full moon? Because the ending screen in Secret of Mana is actually randomized. The arrangement of the stars, where the big ones and the small ones are, as well as the phase of the moon, is random. It can be a full moon, it can be a crescent moon, and it can be 2/3 of a moon. So, what do you think it's gonna be? Don't step on plants. But... oh, okay. She's just gone. Can it be a full moon? Not quite. No foolishness to be had here. Would be fun if there was no moon, like there's no boy and no sprite. It would be fascinating if there was no moon if the sprite was missing from the party, because then it's confirmed that the sprite would turn into the moon. The height Kiki jumps is random, but takes the same amount of time regardless. Interesting. I actually did not notice that in A Link to the Past. Whew. One day, if I have enough money, I'm going to commission a perler of the end screen here. And also, today we have a full moon. This one looks actually pretty nice. Called it. But with what arrangement of stars for the polar? Well, I would probably just re-roll them until I find a pattern I like. I like this one actually, I think this is quite nice. Alrighty everybody, that's that for today. Thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. I will probably take a break tomorrow at the very least, maybe come back on Wednesday, but I can't guarantee that currently.